was the machinery account. This one is completed by an amount of the coupon interest rate. The coupon also credit the buildings and account. Then equally we multiply that with the power. We multiply the buildings account with an amount of what? So with an amount of 1,000. Coupon interest with an amount of, in our case, is what we have. And then in this case, make sure you give this a very fair narration. We have said the narration will be of this being is for 50 million. A revaluation of assets for 50 million. And this being revaluation of how much? Of assets. Was it 36 million? Being revaluation of assets. So we have accounted for the revaluation of assets. Let's move to note number 2. Determine this amount for initial recognition. In note number 2, the amount for initial ordinary share is to be that is the fair value of the consideration designated as a share of 2.5, and then you told the ordinary shareholders are to accept a reduction in the nominal valuation of their shares from 10 shillings to 2.5. The fair value in addition, the shareholders how much amount for this or a new issue on the basis of 1 share of every 2 shares held at the price of 4. And then now 2 things there. Number 1, we need to account for the we should rest in for the decrease in the value of the assets we take for because we are told the shareholders will accept the issue decrease in the value of the share given from 10 shillings all the way to 2.5. In this case, there was no what we need to account for there is the amount of share capital, the amount of share capital there, which automatically will be written recognition. So the amount of share capital written now, first of all, we determine the amount will be for which was written off a share. If the company is reducing the power value of the share from 10 to 2.5, then it basically means that part of the power value has been written off. The amount written off will give us an amount of decrease. So the value of the share is reducing how much? Is reducing from 10 to 2.5. So basically that the value of the share therefore is reducing with 7.5 million. We multiply that with the shares issued by this company. And in this case, I hope you can see that information deals, note number 2 deals with the ordinary shares. So we go back to the balance sheet of this company, specifically at the equity, that's why we get the shares issued. So how many shares were issued by this company? We take the equity share capital or the ordinary share capital, which is 20,000. Remember, these are not shares, this is the share capital. How do we get the number of shares? We divide that with the par value, which is still in the balance sheet at the equity. I hope you can see the word equity share of shillings 10 par value. So therefore, the shares issued by this company are 2,000. We multiply that with 7.5. And that basically will give us what?
So basically, change is
that will give us what?
in terms of the company's
structure. Will that give us 15,000? 15,000, the amount of share capital which is written off.
To ensure that what?
The amount of share capital which is written off. Yes. So how do we account for that?
Influences. Why? Because,
how do we account for this? Remember, we say
ensure that what? You are able to conform to the changes. If you're not conforming to the changes, sometimes as a company, you may end up making loss. That's why a change is very, very important. That's why the change is so important for organizations. That is why we are saying that what, as a company, you need to ensure that what, you embrace change. Now, from that definition, we are going to the next subtopic, and we want to talk about what is referred to as types of change. Now, in a company, which are the major types of change that we are likely to get in the company? What are some of them? Major types of change within the company. So I want to look at the major types of change that we have in the company. So I want to look at the types of change that we are able to have within the organization or the company. Now, these are the types of change we have. The first one, the first type of change is called strategic change. So we have a type of change which is referred to as what? Strategic change. Now, what is strategic change? When we talk about strategic change, I believe you people can see my notes. Kindly confirm, those who have just arrived, kindly confirm if you can see my notes on the screen. If you have just arrived, kindly confirm if you can see the notes in the screen. Okay, I can see Remolinga has confirmed. I think that's Steve. It's confirmed. So I can see some confirmation. So that means I believe everybody else can be able to see the notes in the screen. Thank you, Steve. I've seen that. So let's look at these types of change that we can be able to have within an organization. Let's look at some of the types of change. So the first one is called strategic change. So in a company, we can have what is referred to as strategic change. Now, what is strategic change? So this one involves shift in long-term goals, mission, or vision. So strategy, when you change your goals, you had a goal initially and then you're changing to a new goal, that one is a strategic change. Number two, when you talk about a change in the mission, you change your mission and your vision, where you wanted to go. That one becomes what? That one also becomes what we call, or what we refer to as what? That one becomes what we refer to as what? Strategic change. So usually triggered by competition, market trends, or innovation. So if there's too much, if there's too much competition in the market, you can change your goal. If there's a lot of changes in the market trends, you can change your mission. So basically, anytime the company changes its goal, long-term goals, mission or vision, we call it what? Strategic change. Very important. Now, the next change is called structural change. The next change is called structural change. So this refers to the alteration of organization hierarchy or reporting line. So you can decide that, okay, you want to change the structure of the company. That means what? You are able to merge some position, come up with a new position, then the structure from the topmost to the least, or to the junior most. So refers to alteration hierarchy or reporting line. So hierarchy, for example, you can merge some positions, you can create new positions. That's called what? That's what's called what? Structural change. Often results from merger. So for example, when two companies come together, you merge. Let's say company A merge with company B. Then basically the structure must change, because what? You must accommodate the employees of the other of the company you merge with. Talk about acquisition. When you acquire a new company, basically there can be some under downsizing. When for example, downsizing is a case whereby as a company, you are trying to reduce the number of employees. That means what? There's some posts that you're going to eliminate, and there's some jobs which are going to what? You're going to merge. That's called what? Structural change. Then number three is called technological change. This one basically means what? You are coming up with you're changing technology. You are coming up from the old technology to what? The new one. That's called technological change. So involves adoption of new tools, systems, and software. So when you're coming up with a new technological tool, a new system, a new software, that's called what? Change. So enhances efficiency, data management, and competition. So basically, why you change technology basically to ensure that what? You become more efficient. You normally acquire new technology to ensure that what? You become more efficient, you're able to manage data well, and also you're able to become more competitive. So technology is supposed to what? Make you better. Number four is called people. The fourth type of change is called people-centric change. This is also another type of change that you're likely to find in the company. So focus on modifying employee behavior, culture, or skill sets. So for example, you can say that I want to change the mindset of these employees. I want to change the culture of this company. So that's basically what is going to create what's called what? People-centric change. So usually through training. So you can train people on a new culture and then adopt it. Talk about leadership. You can also bring in your new leader, and the new leader may come with his own ways of what? Ensuring that the company succeed or the development. Then the fifth type of change that you're likely to find in the company is called the process change. So this entails reengineering workflows and procedures. So you're changing the process. For example, if you had something like student admission process and you find that it is very bureaucratic, it is too long, it is too cumbersome, then what you do, you can change so that the process becomes short for students. That's called what? That's called process change. So can be process of registration, checking results, all those ones. Now, often aligned with quality improvement or cost reduction. So basically, when you want to change a process, your main objective, one of them could be what? You improve quality so that what? Students are able to access the system easily. At the same time, cost reduction. If you can change a process to ensure that what? The new process is less costly as opposed to what? The old process. So those are some of the major types of change that you have in the company. Now, from the types of change, we need to understand importance of change. You see, change is inevitable. That means what? Change will always come whether you like it or not. Now, we want to look at why do we need to embrace change? What are some of the importance of change? Why is change important for a company? Number one, enables adaptability in a dynamic business environment. So If there's an environmental factor that change, you need to change to ensure that what? You comply with the new environment. For example, when there's a change in the legal framework or the laws that govern company, when there's a change in the laws that govern the company, basically, as individual also, you must change to comply with the new law. That's what happens. So, for example, when they say that every company must apply the 1/3 gender rule, that means as a company, you must change to ensure that what? When you're employing, at least one gender should not be more than what? 2/3. So that's what? That is a regulation. Then you have to talk about this what? Promotes innovation and competitive advantage. For example, technological change can ensure that what? You become very innovative as a company and you're able to serve customers better. So you become very good. Then number 3, help meet evolving customer needs. Evolving means changing customers. Means what? Customer needs keep on changing. We talk about evolving means the customer needs keep on changing. So we change to ensure that what? We are able to accommodate the new needs of the customer. Number 4, drives organization growth and sustainability. So a change will help the company to move forward. A change will make the company grow. So change is very important because what? They show that what? The company is able to grow. Now, on the types of change and importance of change, are we clear or there's somebody who has a question? On the type of change and importance of change, is it clear or somebody needs me to explain something? You have 1 minute to respond. If it is clear or you need me to explain something, I'll do that. I'll willingly do that. Kindly confirm if that part is clear or there's a question that you want me to help in answering. Remolinga, very clear, has responded and said is clear. Another person? Steve is asking, what of limitation? A very good question. Steve is asking me, what are the limitations of change? But basically, changes have got more advantages as opposed to disadvantages. Now, limitation could be one of them, could be the cost implication. For example, if there is a technological change, that means you need to buy new machines if they're laptops, you need to buy new softwares, new systems. So basically, one of the problem with change is that sometimes it comes with what? A cost implication. So for example, I'm giving an example. If it's a technological change, you need to what? Go and buy new systems, new software. That is number 1. Number 2 could be it requires training. Some changes requires training. For example, if you bring a new system, then what does that mean? It means that if you bring a new system, you'll have to retrain your employees to be able to what? To be able to use the new system. So implementing a change can delay because what? It requires you to maybe train the staff on how to use or apply the new system. That is another problem with change. Another problem with change is that what? Change can bring redundancy. Some employees of the companies may lose their job. A change, for example, when you now start replacing employees with robots or systems, then basically a change can also lead to what? What you call what? Change can lead to some employees even losing their job. So those are some of them. What do you think are some of the, additionally, what do you think can be another disadvantage of change? According to your assessment also, what do you think could be some of the problem with change? The floor is open. I've talked about 3. Anybody with an idea of what could be another disadvantage or problem with change? The floor is open. Anybody? Takes time, hence affects company. That's very true. Implementing a change can be time consuming. First, you need to go train people and then come back. So basically, you may end up finding that what? You may end up finding that what? Implementing a change can be very, very time consuming. So that is a very good answer. Any other person? Any other person with challenges of change? Can call them a disorder of change. Any other person? Okay, that's okay. But I've been able to get response from 2 people. I don't know the rest if we are together or you are still designing your question. Resistance from employees. Sheila, that is a very good answer. Very good answer. Some employees want what? Status quo to remain. So if you tell them that I'm bringing this change, some of them may resist it and say that what? With us, we don't want. We want to do things the way they used to be done. Because sometimes there's something called fear of unknown. Some people just fear change because they don't know the outcome or the final outcome of the change. What the change will bring to them in future. So there are people like that. They are resisting change, not because they have a good reason, but because they fear that, hey, this change, we may end up what? Becoming jobless. This change can even what? Lead to us what? Becoming jobless. So those are some of the disadvantages of change. So thank you very much for giving that good response. Now, I want us to look at theories of change, some of the theories that guide change. I want us to look at some of the theories that guide change. So we call them what? Theories of change. So if you want to implement a change, you can decide to apply a given theory, and that theory can help you what? In implementing a change. So let's look at the theories of change. I'm going to talk about a few. The notes may have more, but I'm going to talk about the most important ones or the most common theories of change. Now, the first theory of change is called, let me highlight, it's called 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐍. So there's somebody called 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐍 who did a research and was able to come up with a theory that tends to explain how change occurs. So we see that 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐍's management theory. So according to 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐍 came up with 3 stages of change. So 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐍 said that what? For you to implement a change, you have to go through 3 stages. The first stage is unfreeze. What does unfreeze mean? Is that prepare the nation for change by breaking down the existing status quo. This involves in creating awareness about the need to change. The first thing is what? Information. Pass information and let people know that what? A change is coming, and give them a good reason why the change is important or why we need to what? We need to embrace change. That is, so you need to what? We need to inform the public that we need to inform the public or the employees that we are going to come up with a change, and this change is important because of A, B, and C. That's number 1. Then number 2 is transition. First was about informing them that the status quo is going to be destroyed. Then number 2 is now the change. Now implement the change. You are informed and the change is coming. Now stage 2 is about what? It's about change itself. So implement new processes, behaviors, or thinking. So the new process is a change, new behavior is a change, or new thinking. People begin to resolve their uncertainty and explore new ways. So as you implement the change, people come to understand, oh, this change was for the benefit of the company, not to destroy the company. Then the last stage is called refreeze. So solidify the new state as the norm. Means what? Now ensure that what? This new state, this new culture, this new behavior, this new thinking now becomes the what? The order of the day from then onwards. So that's called what? Refreeze. So you need to what? So according to 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐍, you can go, for you to implement a change, you go through what? You go through those 3 stages. Now, this 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐍's theory has got advantage. Number 1 is what? It's simple and easy. It is simple and easy to apply. Very simple and also very easy to apply. So that's one of the advantages, or the 2 advantages talk about is simple and also easy to apply. Because just informing the people about the change and why it's important, then implement the change, then later ensure that what the change becomes the order of the day. Now, limitations may be too simplistic for complex environments. So this thing may make us believe that it is easy to implement a change, but basically sometimes a change needs more than what? Those three stages or those three perspectives. So it may make us believe that it is just too easy to come up with a change, but in real sense, coming up with a change can be a very, very daunting task. So that is on the Lewin's change management model, or what's called what, the three-stage model. So he said that for you to implement change, you have to go through those three models. Now, the next one is called the Kotler's 8-step model. Now, Kotler is called, I think it's called Philip Kotler. Now, so John Kotler. If you look at Kotler, is a management and a marketing guru. If you've done marketing, then you must have read Kotler's. If you've done management, you must have read Kotler. So Kotler is a guru in both management and marketing. Now, Kotler did a research and said that what? For you to implement a change, you have to go through 8 stages. Lewin gave us a summary only 2, but now Kotler went ahead to break about what? 8 stages. Now, let's look at this. Let's look at this 8-stage Kotler's 8-stage change. So, developed by John Kotler, this model outlines 8 sequential steps for effective change. So, number 1 is, the first step is what? Create a sense of urgency. Tell people that this change is urgent. If we delay, we may end up start making losses as a company. So, what do? When you create urgency, you make people buy in the idea very fast. Tell them that this change is very important. If we delay, other companies are going to implement change, and then we'll end up what? We'll end up making losses. So, can we proceed and implement? Number 2, then form a powerful guiding coalition. Means ensure that you get strong people within the company, those who are able to influence others. That's called what? Form a powerful guiding coalition. Ensure that the influential people in the company buy into your idea. Then number 3 is what? Create a vision of change. Let people know. Tell me, for example, if you want to come with the system, tell me that how is this system going to help the company achieve its vision, long-term objective? So create a vision. Then number 4, communicate the vision. Let people know that if they put this change into action, then the company is going to what? Achieve the long-term objective of the vision. Then empower others to act on the vision. Those that you form now with coalition, let them what? Empower them to be able to what? Be what's called change agents. And then create short-term wins. Let people know that this change within 2 months, within 1 year, within 6 months is going to give us this success. So when people start seeing success of the change, then basically they buy in more. So let people know the short-term wins of the change. Then create, then consolidate gains and produce more change. So from the change, when you suggest a new change in the future, people are going to buy in because at least they have seen what the initial change has done to the company. That is very important. And then the last one, anchor the change in organization culture. Means what? Now ensure that the change is part of the organization culture. So anchor to anchor means what? To stick. So ensure that what the change is now part of the organization culture. Now, what are some of the strengths of this Kotler's 8-stage model or 8-step model? What are some of them? Strength is what? It's comprehensive and strategic. Means what? Very comprehensive. Means what? According to Lewin, you just had the 3 stages, but according to Kotler now, there are 8. So it's more comprehensive as compared to what the Lewin's. And then limitation is maybe time consuming to implement all steps. So imagine implementing all those 8 steps may be very time consuming. So it may be time consuming to implement those changes. Very, very important that you look at that perspective and look at it very, very carefully. Now, the next theory of change is called McKinsey 7S. We have what's called McKinsey 7S. So all those 7 S's are supposed to help in driving a change. So McKinsey said that for you to implement a change, you must ensure that what? You look at the 7 S's. So this model identifies 7 interdependents. When you talk about interdependent means what? Each S depends on the other. 7 interdependent elements critical for organization change. Number one is strategy, means you cannot implement a change without a strategy or a tactic. Even implementing a change requires some tactics. So yes, he said that you cannot be able to implement a change if you don't have a strategy. So strategy becomes a very important aspect of what? Implementing a change. That is what McKinsey said. Number two is the structure. You need to ensure that you have a structure that the change will be built on. Very, very true. You cannot implement a change in a place where there's no structure. So ensure that what? You have a structure that will help in a what? To implement the change very easily. Number three is the system. Structure is just what's called organization, the hierarchy in the company. And systems, basically, some change requires to be done in a given system. For example, talk about registration system, talk about employee motivation system. So basically, you can say that, okay, we want to bring a change on how we motivate our employees. But the question is, do we have a system? So basically, a change is supposed to what? Reinforce the system or be implemented within a given system. Then number 4 is on shared value, what's called core of the model. Everybody in the company should find something of interest in the change. If the company wants to implement a change, I should see that this change is going to benefit me also. That's what I said. I cannot be happy to implement a change that I know is going to hurt me. So me as an individual, I should be able to see how important the change is going to help me. So that's what you're talking about there. I must see how important or how good the change is going to help me or how the change is going to improve my work. That is basically what we're talking about there. Then the next one is skills. You need to train. For example, if you want to bring a new system, the first thing is what? Go and train people on how to use the system. Don't bring a change which requires employees to use a given system and you don't train them. Train them to have the skill to be able to what? Implement the change in a proper manner. So training of the employees become, or ensuring that what? The employees acquire a skill can be also very important. Next one is the style. So style here, we talk about what? Leadership style. Depending on how the style you're applying in your company, you will be able to implement a change smoothly or you'll have problem in implementing a change. That's why when you're applying what's called transformative leadership style, you are likely to implement a change easily as opposed to what? When somebody is using what? Autocratic or dictatorial what? Leadership style. So you must ensure that what? You have the right leadership style. Then the last one is the staff. Staff basically are employees. Ask yourself, the employees that I have, are they able, or the employees that I have, are they able to understand? Are they able to accommodate the change? Do they have the right scale? Are they motivated? Can they be able to what? Implement this change without a problem? If they don't have the skill set, then basically I can go and retrain them. So basically, that is what we talk about when we talk about aspect of what? Of things. So those 7 S's are supposed to help us what? Achieve a change. Now, what is the strength or what the advantages of this McKinsey 7S model? Number 1 is that it emphasizes both hard and soft elements. Now, hard elements here include strategy, structure, systems. Soft elements here include shared value, scales, and the staff. So basically, it talks about the hardware of the company and the software of the company. So it's able to appeal to both sides of the company. Very, very important. Then limitations. Complex to align all elements simultaneously. So aligning these 6S or 7S simultaneously can be a challenge. So that is one of the reasons why some companies may not be able to what? May not be able to apply McKinsey 7S change model or McKinsey 7S model of change. Some companies may not be able to apply it because of what? Because of the aspect of implementing this SS can be very challenging for a company. Implementing those all those SS can be very challenging for the company. Now, the other theory that I would want us to look at here is called the 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐒, done by somebody called 𝐅𝐎𝐂𝐔𝐒. These ones are researchers. There's no African name here. Africans don't like doing research. Or we are doing research, but we are not documenting. So you see, our names don't appear here. All these ones are Europeans. Now we have what's called 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐒 model, which was done by somebody called 𝐅𝐎𝐂𝐔𝐒 or 𝐅𝐎𝐂𝐔𝐒. This guy, 𝐅𝐎𝐂𝐔𝐒. So 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐒 is an individual-centered change. Means it looks at a change from the individual perspective. Individual-centered means what? It looks at a change from the individual perspective, not from a group or the company, but it looks at change from each and every employee's perspective, from individual perspective. Now, how does it go about? So 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐒 is individual-centered change model with 5 key building blocks. So that 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐒 is basically an acronym. A stands for awareness, D stands for desire, K stands for knowledge, A stands for ability, and R stands for reinforcement. So 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐒 is basically an acronym for awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. Now let's look at these elements of 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐒 and how they relate to change. So awareness means awareness of the need for change. So the people in the company or the members of the company first must be aware why the change is important. You must convince them, tell them why the change is important. So the first thing is what? Awareness. They must know why they need to change. You must justify why the change is important. The number 2 is desire to support the change. So all the employees in the company must have a desire to be able to what? Support the change. Everybody must work towards what? Implementing a change. After convincing them, then basically they must have a say. Then knowledge on how to change. And also the company must be able to what? Provide knowledge or apply knowledge on how the change can be applied. So talk about what? Knowledge on how to change. How do you go about it? And then ability to implement required skills and behavior. So the company must also have the ability, or the management of the company must have the ability to what? To implement required skills. Maybe you take people training so that they acquire the right skills and behavior. Some changes require some skill set and also behavior pattern. And then number 5 is what? Reinforcement to sustain the change. Means what? Once the change has been implemented, there must be some reinforcement to ensure that what? The change keeps on occurring or keeps on what? Keeps on becoming what? A long-term change. So that is also an aspect that we need to look at and look at very, very, very carefully. Now, what are the strengths of this? Number 1 is that focuses on individual adoption. So we look at it from your perspective, from Bernard's perspective, from Steve's perspective. So we look at change at the individual level, not at the company level. So we look at Lucy's perspective. So we ensure that we take Lucy through those stages. We take Ondieki, everybody else is taken through the stage. So that is basically why we say that what? It looks at a change from the individual perspective. Then limitations or the some of the disadvantage of this type of change is that may overlook broader organization dynamics. So it looks at only individual. It doesn't look at what? Other aspect within the company that what? Implement or what? Reinforce change. So basically, it can backfire because if you don't align other ones or the other individual company's objective, we may not be able to what? Implement a change in a proper manner. So those are a few of the theories. In the notes, you may find more, but basically, these are the major theories. Now, any questions on the change and the theories of change? Any question? Something that need me to highlight? If there's no question, you can let me know. If there's a question, you can ask the question, and then I can be able to what? Dispose the question. The floor is open for questions. The floor is open for questions. If there's no question, just let me know there's no question. Hello? Let's communicate. Let's communicate. Let us be in class. When you communicate, I know whether you're understanding my point or you're not. So please, if you have a question, you can ask. If you don't have a question, just write no question, then you can proceed. Why are we quiet? Why are we so quiet? Do I conclude that we are okay? Okay. Since there's no response, let me proceed. I believe everything is okay. I've not been able to get response from you, so I can proceed. Thank you, Remulinga, for the response. I've seen one response, but I believe that the rest are also okay. We can proceed. Now, the next subtopic here is on managing change. As the manager of a company, how do you go about managing change? So a change is very important, but also we need to understand how do we manage a change. We want to look at the aspect of what? Managing change. Because we see that the change is inevitable. The change must occur. But now the question is, once it occurs, you need to manage because the change will occur, whether you like it or not. Your work is basically to manage it or to ensure that what? You align. Now let's look at, we start by defining what managing change is. We start by giving a definition of managing change. What do we mean talk about managing change? Now, managing resistance to change, we need to look at, we'll start by talking about what is meant by what? Managing resistance to change. So we need to define resistance to change. So that resistance to change refers to the opposition or pushback by individuals or groups when they perceive that a change introduced in an organization threatens their status quo, job security, power, or comfort. So talk about the opposing. You want to come up with the change, but they are opposing the change because they believe that the change, or they perceive that the change may strengthen, may bring new things that they're not used to. The change may make them lose their job security. The change may limit their power, or the change may make them uncomfortable. So there it is. Now, then look at forms of resistance. What are some of the basic forms of how people resist change? So we have first follower forms of resistance to change. Number one is called overt resistance. So open opposition such as what? Protest, complaints, or refusal to comply. You see people protesting, saying, we don't want this change. This is very open, you can see. You see complaints, people consider, we don't want this one, or the refusal. You tell somebody that, please help us implement this one. They're refusing point blank. That's called overt. Overt means what? Open, or kufichi. They tell you that we don't want this and we don't want. That is called, that is what we call overt. Then you have what's called covert change. This basically hidden, means people are resisting, but they're resisting it in a hidden manner. So hidden forms, including absenteeism. You say that you see that somebody start becoming absent, means is doing what? Is protesting the change. So absenteeism, miss deadline. You give people some deadline to implement a change, then they just miss deadline. They don't work within the deadline. Miss deadlines. Talk about passive non-compliance, means you tell them, you require them to comply with certain regulations. They don't comply. Passive, they don't tell you, but you can see that word. They're just not complying. So that's called passive non-compliance. Then we have number three, which is called individual resistance. So this one arising from personal fears or attitude. So basically, somebody can just decide that what others may accept change. Others may accept change, but you just say that you don't want the change. So it's called what? individual resistance, whereby somebody just comes and says that, for me, I'm not buying into this idea of change. That's called individual. So then we have what's called what? Another one is called organizational resistance. So embedded in organizational culture, systems, or power. So sometimes you find that what the company culture or the company systems make it difficult for you to what? Implement a change. That's what's called what? That's what's called what? Company. So it means what? For you to implement a change, you have to change the system in the company. So that is basically what we refer to as what? That's basically what we refer to as organization resistance. That's basically what we refer to as what? Organization resistance. Now, from types of resistance, we need to look at reasons for resistance. Why do individuals resist change? Why do you think some people say that, with us, we don't want change? What are some of the reasons why individuals resist change in a company? Number one is what? Fear of the unknown. I don't know this change. If it comes, I don't know how it's going to be, how it's going to help me. Or I don't know this change may get me out of work. So there's a fear, but you cannot really put your hands on what you fear. You just say that this change, I think, is going to bring something bad, but you cannot say that this is what it's going to bring. So sometimes the fear of unknown, sometimes you don't know there's consequence of the change to you as an individual employee. So number one is what? Resistance or fear of unknown. People don't know what could be the outcome of the change. Number two is what? Lack of trust. So distrust in leadership or the process. Sometimes we don't trust our leaders. We may say that these people, they want to do what's called what? Downsizing. That's why they're bringing this system. So sometimes if you don't trust the management, anything they bring, whether good or bad, sometimes we have reservations for. Number three is what? Loss of control, especially management. Some managers feel like if you come up with some change, they will lose power or influence. So some of them don't want some changes to be brought in the company because they want to what? Maintain their influence, or they want to maintain their power. So sometimes some of them resist change because of what? They fear that this change is going to make them powerless. Top level. Then number four is what? Bad timing. Very important. So it depends. At what time do you bring change? If you bring change at the wrong time, you are likely to get resistance. So you must also do your timing. And at what time will employees be able to what? Be receptive to change? So, so that poorly timed changes may cause resistance. So ensure that what? You check on the best time that according to you will be best to introduce a change. If you don't do the timing well, then you may find resistance. But if you do your timing well, then employees will be able to what? Embrace the change. Now, the next one is habit and comfort, what we call status quo. Some people believe that a change will interfere with their habits, with their comfort. Some believe that what? If this change is brought, then I am normally comfortable in doing this work here. If the change is brought, then basically I'll be out of my comfort zone, and that one, some of them may find very disturbing. Next one is poor communication. Sometimes we reject change or we resist change as employees because we have not been informed. Nobody has explained to us the change. You just come and tell us that we are implementing this one. You have not explained to us how that change is supposed to be done. You have not trained us on the scale. You have not told us how it's going to affect the company or affect our job. So basically, if you don't communicate, then some of us are going to resist, or some of the employees are going to what? Resist the change. Number 7 is inadequate training. Very true. If you want to bring a change, especially a change that affects how the employees carry out their work or their job, ensure that what? You train them. So number 1 is what? If you don't train employees, if you don't train me on something and you want me to use a system to do my work, and then you don't train me, one thing is that what? I'm not going to do my work well. Number 2, I'm going to believe that you are doing that so that what? I don't do the job, or I do the job poorly, so that you can set me up and fire me. So sometimes I may do that with that in mind, and that can also be what? That can also be what? A reason why I may resist the change. So those are some of the reasons why some employees may find it difficult to implement a change. They resist change. Some employees may resist change because of that. So some of the reasons why employees resist change are those ones. Now, we are at 6:58. We normally like giving a break at this time. So I want to give you a few minutes break. I want us to be here by 7:10. So let's have a small break, then come back at 7:10. Is that okay? Can somebody respond? Is it okay? I give you a 10 minutes break. From now, we meet at 7:10. Is that okay? Are we in agreement? Can somebody respond? 10 minutes break. Hello? Today we are very quiet. I don't know what's happening. Okay. I've seen some questions being written here. I'm going to respond to them after the break. I've seen some questions in the chat forum here. So once we're back, we start with disposing these questions. But let's have a 10 minutes break. Let's be here by 7:10. We just want to look at some of the strategies that you can be able to use to manage change. You cannot resist change. You cannot avoid change. But basically, there are a set of strategies that you can put in place to be able to what? Help you in managing change. So the first one is effective communication. For you to ensure that people don't resist change, just be honest with them and let them understand the need for the change. So if you communicate well with employees, none of them is going to resist change. So basically, we talk about what? We talk about effective communication. Let them know why the change is important and the need for the change. That one will help you what? To avoid the case where what? Some employees resist change. Number two is participation and involvement. What does that mean? Ensure that employees are part and parcel of the change. Don't just make decisions and then want them to implement. Let them also be part of the decision making. Let them suggest. Let them ensure that you bring suggestions to them. So that one will ensure that what, or that will ensure that employees are what, part of the change. So that's very important. Ensure that you engage them and you consider them part of the change. That is going to what, help the action in what, the change. The next one. The next one is training and education. Sometimes employees resist change because they don't have the skill to implement the change. So what do you need for you to ensure that change happens smoothly? You must ensure that what? You provide training and educate them on the change. That's very important. So ensure that what? You educate employees on why the change is important. That's also very, very important. So provide knowledge and skill needed for what? The new roles or systems. The next one is support system. Some changes require employees to be supported. Number one is counseling. Some changes, for example, may affect employees psychologically. So offer counseling services. Mentoring. Mentoring means you show them how the change is supposed to be done, and also coaching. Coaching basically means what? Being with employees daily to help them so that in case there are some areas they don't understand, you should be able to what? You should be able to help them understand those places. That's called coaching. So coaching is basically being with the employee on a day-to-day basis. Number 5 is leadership support. The management of the company should also support the change, because sometimes employees need, for example, to be trained. There need to be some money for training. So the leadership should be able to what? In case there's need for training, the leadership should what? Should provide resources for training. Things like money for training. That's when would be very, very important. So strong leadership can what? Model change and reduce what? And then what? Incentives and rewards. So reward cooperation and positive behavior. So you can say that any employee that implements the change better, or employees that what? That conforms the requirement of the change will be rewarded. So ensure that what? You are able to offer rewards for employees that what? Are in the forefront of what? Helping in the implementation of the change. That one should be very, very important. And then negotiation and agreements. Sometimes you may have employees who are hardliners. That means they don't want the change. So what do? Call them, talk to them, and then negotiate to them so that what? You are able to ensure that you convince them that what? This change is important, so that if they need some compromise, you compromise. But at the end of the day, you implement what? The change either partially, but so. Then number 8 is what? Coercion. Coercion is last resort. Coercion means forcing them. Same as this change must be implemented whether you like it or not. You use authority. Use authority. That one will really help. So you see, it is used as a last resort. You have communicated, you have involved employees, you have trained them, you provide them with support system, you have the leadership supporting, you have been able to promise them some incentive, you negotiate, they don't still want. So the last one is what? Now you have to use force and say that what? This change must be done whether you like it or not. If you don't want the change to be implemented, either you leave the company or we punish you. So that is what's called what? The coercion, which is the last resort. Good. Now I've remembered something that from that strategies of managing change, there's something that some questions that were asked here. I'm just remembering them here. Let me dispose them. Ondieki has said, organizational resistance, how does it affect employees to resist change? That was a question that was asked by Ondieki. Ondieki is asking me, organization resistance, how does it affect employees to resist change? Very good question. Very good question. You're asking about how organization resistance help employees in resisting change. Organizational resistance is not a factor or a reason for resistance. Organizational resistance is not a factor that help employees resist change, but it is a factor that make it difficult for a change to be implemented in the company. So organizational resistance, you see, we are talking about types of change. Talk about overt, covert, individual, and then organizational resistance. So organizational resistance is not part of, it is now the company itself resisting a change, not the employees. When you talk about reason for resistance, those are basically employee-based, because employee is the one. But now, the company system can make it difficult for you to implement a change unless you bring in a new system or a new structure. I don't know if you're understanding. So we don't relate this point to employees. We relate it to what? The company. So there are some systems, when you want to employ in a given company, it becomes difficult because what? The structure in the company and the system in the company make it difficult to implement that change. And change, unless you change the structure or the system, is when the change can be implemented. Just a minute. So we look at, I don't know if you are answered. Ondieki has noted well. Then another question by Steve was that on the reason, can involvement of employees be a point? That's a point. If you look here, if you look at reasons for strategies to manage change, you see, we talk about what? Participation and involvement. So it has come in the strategies. I don't know, Steve, if you are also answered. Steve, are you answered? Steve, kindly confirm if you are also sorted now. Your question is answered. I'm waiting for Steve to respond because you have a... Can it be also a reason for resistance? Okay. On the reasons, can involvement of employee be a point? I don't know how your question is that if you involve employees in the change, be a reason for resistance. I think not involving them could be a bigger, or could make more sense than involving them. If you don't involve them, they don't become part of the change. But if you involve them, then they become part of the change. So in my opinion, unless if they want to frustrate it within the system, that he's part of the committee that implementing change, but they also want to frustrate. So maybe it could be, depending on how. So I mean, they resist because they are not involved. Yes, that's true. So we can say that what? Another word, we talk about lack of employee involvement, not basically involvement. So lack of involvement can be a reason for resisting change if you don't involve them. So we just put as what? Lack of employee involvement. That will be okay. I think now we are in the same page Steve. Thank you, Steve. I think I've been able to dispose the questions that were there. The two questions that were there, I've been able to answer them well. I think you are satisfied with my answers in case of any nini. Then we go to another subtopic here. We go to another subtopic here, which talks about diagnosing the change contexts. Diagnosing the change context. How do you diagnose the change? So, diagnosing the change context, we start by defining what is diagnosing the change. So we start by saying that diagnosing the change context refers to the process of analyzing internal and external environment to understand the conditions in which change will occur and determine the best change approach. So this basically doing what's called environmental analysis to determine which change are going to help the company move forward, to determine which approach of change to take. That's what's called what? Diagnosing the change context. Ask yourself, this is what you want. How is the best, or what is the best way of implementing this change? We talk about what? Diagnosing the change context. Now, we look at the purpose. Why do we diagnose the change? The purpose of the change is to assess readiness for change. We diagnose, find, is this company ready for this change? Sometimes a company may not be ready for a change. So you must check on if the company, number two, to identify potential obstacles. In doing diagnosis, we can be able to know that in this change, basically, these are some of the potential obstacles for the change. Then number three, to tailor change strategies accordingly, means to ensure that what the strategy you're applying are able to help us implement the change better. So talk about what? To tailor change strategies accordingly will help us to change strategies accordingly. Then you go to a subtopic. We look at key areas of diagnosis. Which areas do you are you supposed to carry out diagnosis for the change? So diagnosis can be done on the following areas. Number one is the internal environment. You can check the internal environment, and here you check on factors. So say that what? Internal environment, look at the company culture. So you look at the norms, values, and beliefs. So you must come with the change that is able to what? Be in line with the company culture. Don't come with a change that is going to contradict. Come with a change that is going to what? That is going to support the culture. Number two is leadership style. Centralized or participate. So basically, look at the style of leadership that is being applied, and then look for a change that is going to suit that leadership style. Very, very important. Number three is a structure. You must look for a change that fits the company structure. If you have a rigid structure, which is called bureaucratic structure, or you have a hierarchy structure. Very important. You look at that perspective. Next one is resources. Ask yourself, do you have enough financial resource, human resource, and technological capacity to implement the change? If you don't have, look for a different change. So look at that one very, very carefully. Then next area is on past change history. Which changes have been successful and which changes have not been successful? So basically, look at the history. The changes which have been implemented, which ones have been, and which now you can be able to tailor yours to be able to what? Can be able to tailor yours to be able to what? Ensure that. Then employee readiness also. Look at, for example, are your employees ready? Are your employees ready to implement change? Look at the attitudes. Look at the motivation and the skill of the staff. Basically, check on that one to confirm if they are ready to implement change. Then the second area is that was on internal environment. Talk about organizational structure, leadership structure, resources, past change history. Those ones are basically internal. Then you also need to look at what? Internal and or what's called what? External environment. So before you implement the change, you must check if that change is in line with external environmental factors. Talk about number one, political factors. The change must be in line with the government policy or stability. You can only implement change when a country is stable. If the country is not stable, you cannot what? Number two is economic trends. Look at inflation. Inflation is persistent increase in price levels. Are you able to afford the change at that level? Recession and growth. Will the change help you to grow, or the change will stifle your growth? Then social trends. Talk about demographics and customer expectations. For example, which segment of customer do you charge? Do you deal with? Are you dealing with the Gen Z? Are you dealing with the old people? Are you dealing with the female customer? So using your segmentation, look for a change that is able to help you what? Implement them. Then technological change, innovation and disruption. For example, is the change going to help you to be innovative or disrupt your business? And then legal environment means what? The change must be in line with the laws and regulations of the land. The change must not contradict what the law says about what the company management. And then competitor action. Basically, how will your competitor react to the change? Will they copy you? Will they come with a new site? So basically, those are called what? External environment. Basically, they are called the pestle factor. The pestle, political, economic, social. We call them pestle factors. So external factors here are the pestle. Then we look at what's called diagnosis tool. How can you carry out diagnosis of change? Which tools can you use to diagnose change? So we'll look at what? Some of the tools which can be used to diagnose change. And the first one is the SWOT analysis. So you can diagnose change by using SWOT analysis. Basically, you check on your strength, your weaknesses, you check on opportunities and threats. So basically, based on this one, you can be able to what? You can be able to see which changes to implement and which one not to implement. The next tool is called the pestle, which I've talked about what? P is for political, E is for economic. So basically, you analyze those pestle factors and then look for a change that is going to support those factors, or a change that is in line with those changes or factors. Then we have what's called the field force or force field analysis. So you look at, for example, is the change going to drive you as a company forward, or the change is going to restrain you? What are the driving forces? For example, as a company, do you have driving forces that are able to help you implement the change, or you have restraining forces? If you have more restraining forces than driving forces, reduce or prevent or don't implement the change. But if you have more driving force than restraining, then what? Implement the change. Then last one is what? McKinsey 7S model. We talked about this one. The strategy, structure, system. So ensure that the change is in line with your strategy. Ensure that you have a good structure, system, shared values, staff, skill, and also all those ones can be able to what? Help you implement the change well as a company. Then let's look at some of the outcome of diagnosis. If you diagnose a change, what are some of the potential outcomes of diagnosis of the change? Let's look at some of the potential outcome of diagnosing the change. What are some of the outcomes? Number one is clear understanding of barriers and enablers. So if you diagnose a change, you will clearly understand what are some of the enablers of the change and what some of the barriers. So it will help you understand the barriers and enablers of the change. Number two is identification of key stakeholders and their influence. We need to know who are the key stakeholders that can help us implement the change, and who are the influencers. So you must ensure that what? You must ensure that the influential people are on your side, so that when they're able to convince others, to ensure that what? You are able to implement the change. That is also very, very important. And then number three is alignment of change with organization goals. So we need also to look at, for example, how the diagnosis will help us to know which changes are aligned to our goals and which changes are not aligned to our goals. So basically, we look at that one. Which changes are aligned to our goals and which changes are not aligned to our goals. So basically, that is on the outcome on diagnosis. So on the diagnosing the change context, any question? On diagnosing the change context. Any question on the topic of diagnosing the change context? Any question on diagnosing the change context? Any question? Why are we quiet? Are we tired? Ondieki has said no. Lucia said no. Remolinga and Steve can say good response rate. Well understood. Now, I can see that we have understood that context well up to that point. Now I have a question. We have some parts remaining, some part of this topic remaining, and I'm trying to scroll down, and I'm seeing that it is quite a lot that we cannot be able to finish by the end of the day. So the question is, do we stop there or we proceed? If we stop there, then we finish that part on Saturday. What do you think? What's your analysis? Then the remaining part we finish on Saturday. Then next week, we now start on revision. That is Remolinga's opinion. Dieki has responded. Remolinga, I've got opinion from Remolinga. From Ondieki, very good. Another person? We have Sheila here. We have Lucy and Steve. We will go with the majority. You go with majority. Sheila has responded. Lucy? Lucy has not been responding. Lucy, are you in class? Good. So, okay, thank you for the response. That's a good response. Please now, Dieki, we want to make a humble request because the rest have said we stop at that point. So we are requesting you so that we have a consensus. We start there. So we are all in agreement. Thank you very much. Unless somebody has a question, thank you very much for your time, Vision. Let's meet on Saturday. Thank you.
the other comprehensive income has to be net of deferred tax. So therefore, we will take the revaluation gain, which is basically 650 million, 650. Then we are saying we debit the revaluation reserve. To debit is to reduce this. We deduct it from this, which is basically 195. And this was giving us an amount of how much? For something, For what? What is the net amount? 650 minus 185. Yes, so this one will give us 455 million. So this one is what we will recognize in the income statement as part of the other comprehensive income, the revaluation gain, but it has to be net of the deferred tax. And then when preparing the deferred tax account, this particular amount should be credited there. That should be the double entry for that revaluation, for that deferred tax or the revaluation gain. We deduct it from this amount, and then when preparing the deferred tax account, we credit it there. So we are done with that point number 2. Let's move to point number 3. In point number 3, this basically was examining something to do with the income taxes. There is a full topic you're going to do in relation to that, no need to worry. So we are told during the year, which ended 31st of March 2022, the current tax on profit was estimated to be 890. So this is basically the current tax, which is basically 890. So if you can be able to recall what you did in financial reporting, so usually this particular item here can only be adjusted with something called the over provision or under provision of current tax from the previous year. I hope you can be able to recall. If, for example, there was any other provision from the previous year, we add it here, under provision of current tax from the previous year. But if there was an over provision basically should be deducted. Over provision of a current tax. So that is the only adjustment which we make to the current tax. So any other provision of current tax from the previous year, we add it here. Any over provision, we do what? We let it. Let's move to the other sentence. We see whether there is such over or under provision. In sentence number 2, we are told, as at 31st of March 2022, the carrying amount of the net asset exceeded the tax base by 1,800 million. This carrying amount does not include the effect of the revaluation in note number 2. The income tax applicable to this company or to this bank is what? Is 30%. Now, that information which are given there is basically to help us to compute something called the deferred tax. The deferred tax. So meaning that in our case here, we don't have any over or basically what? Under provision. So now what you're told from sentence 2 is that the carrying amount of this bank's net asset exceeded the tax base with an amount of 1,800 million. So we said the first thing you need to recall is the name given to this difference. The name given to the difference between carrying amount and tax base. And this is something you also did in financial reporting, and you're told in that topic of income tax, in that topic of deferred tax, you're told any difference between the carrying amount or the difference between carrying amount and tax base of asset liabilities or basically net asset, that one is called temporary difference. Temporary difference is the difference between carrying amount and what? And tax base. And equally, you are told that we have 2 types of temporary difference. We have the taxable temporary difference. We have the deductible temporary difference. That is something you need to recall. Now, a temporary difference we say is taxable, whereby the carrying amount of the net asset exceeds what? The tax base. And basically this gives rise to something called the deferred tax liability. So anytime you come across a question and basically you told the company had a taxable temporary difference, you need to compute the deferred tax liability. Remember, these are taxes to be paid in the future. How do we compute this one? We take the taxable temporary difference, this one, and basically multiply that with what? With the tax rate. Now, on the other hand, a deductible temporary difference arises whereby the carrying amount is less than the tax base. Remember, this should be tax base TB than the tax base. And basically, this give rise to something called the deferred tax asset. How do we compute the deferred tax asset? We take the deductible temporary difference times what? Times the tax rate. So therefore, what we are expected from this, from that point, is for us to determine whether this amount here, which you're seeing is a temporary difference, is it taxable or deductible? In our case, because the carrying amount is more than the tax base, automatically is what? Taxable. So taking into account it is taxable, we will use this to compute something called a deferred tax liability. But still, there is something which you are told in that particular point number 3. I think it should be sentence number 3. We are told this carrying amount which exceeded the tax base with 1,800, this carrying amount does not include the effect of the revaluation in note 2. Remember, once the company revalue assets, that does not affect the tax base. Remember, tax base is the value we use to compute the value of an asset used in taxation. So the value of an asset usually in taxation is always based on the cost. If you revalue an asset, does that affect the value used in computing the carrying amount? Not the carrying amount, sorry, the capital allowances? No. So we compute the capital allowances, which is allowable expense in tax using the cost. So, but anytime you have revalued an asset, that affects the carrying amount, the value at which an asset is recorded in the balance sheet. So therefore, these particular assets which were revalued upward, definitely that was supposed to increase the carrying amount. But we are told this particular difference which are given here does not include this increase in what? In the carrying amount. That's why we say we will take this particular amount by which the carrying amount exceeded the tax base, and then we have to add this because this one was not captured in computation of this. So therefore, the correct figure for the company's taxable temporary difference will be 18 million plus what? Plus 650. Plus what? 650. And this was giving us 24 what? 50 million. So this is what? These are taxable temporary difference. So what we need to do is to compute the deferred tax liability. So the deferred tax liability would be equal to the taxable temporary difference times the tax rate. So the taxable temporary difference is this one, 2450 times what? The tax rate, which is 30%. So what would be the deferred tax liability at the end of the year? The deferred tax liability at the end of the year, yes. So that one would be 735 million. Now remember, in preparing the statement of financial position, this is basically what we recognize there, and this is a liability. The deferred tax liability is what? Is a liability. But now there is also something we need to do. We need to prepare a deferred tax account so that we determine the amount of deferred tax to be charged in the income statement. So how do we prepare the deferred tax account? We are going to use certain basically a number of items from here and also from the balances we have below paragraph 1. So this is the deferred tax account. The deferred tax account. Now, what do we start by recording here? Remember, whatever you have here, this is the deferred tax at the end of the year. This year ended basically on 31st of March. 31st of March 2022. That is the deferred tax at the end. That's why we are saying that what we are going to recognize as a liability in our balance sheet. Now, when preparing this account, we always start by recording the deferred tax at the start. Now, if you go back to the balances we have below paragraph 1, somewhere in the middle there, we are given the deferred tax at the start. Can you see the deferred tax from those balances we have below paragraph 1? We can be able to see that item of deferred tax. Yes, can you be able to see that deferred tax? The deferred tax? Yes. Deferred tax, somewhere in the middle there. Yes, the deferred tax of 370. And actually, in this case, you can see the question is silent, whether it is a liability, whether it's an asset. If you're given a deferred tax, the question is silent, then we always assume it is a liability. So this one we treat it as what? A deferred tax liability. Being a deferred tax liability, we will record that as the opening balance here on the credit side. Remember, all liabilities have a credit balance. I've said if the question is silent, you assume it is a deferred tax liability. It is a deferred tax what? Liability. Now, after recording that, what else do we record in this particular account? The other item we record in this account is the deferred tax at the end of the year here. Now, this being a deferred tax liability, the balancing figure or the balance carried down should be recorded here. Such that after balancing our account, because this one is a liability, the balance brought down will be a credit balance. Remember, this one is a liability. Yes, but carried down should be on the debit side if it is a deferred tax liability. If it is a deferred tax asset, carried down should be on that side. Now, what else do we record here? The other item which we record here is this item here, 185. We said 185 will be credited in the deferred tax. And that, remember, is the deferred tax on revaluation gain. On revaluation what? Gain, which is basically 185. 185. After recording that, if you can be able to recall what we are doing in a file, the balancing figure in this account should be taken to the income statement. The balancing figure in this what? Account. So if the balancing figure is on this side, that one will take you to the income statement, and this one will refer to it as a deferred tax expense. If the balancing figure is on that side, is a deferred tax expense. If the balancing figure is on this side, still, it will be taken to the income statement. That is a deferred tax income. Is the deferred tax what? Income. And I think we will be having a balancing figure on the credit side. So what will be the balancing figure on the credit side? Should be 735. 735 minus 370 minus 195. And basically that will give us an amount of how much? An amount of 170. So what is that? It is a deferred tax expense. Remember, being a deferred tax expense, this one together with the current tax, those two items will be deducted from the profit before tax. So from the profit, or actually, once we get the profit before tax, we less the income tax expense. Income tax expense comprises of the current tax and the deferred tax expense. Sasa, yes, I think having that now we can be able to move and basically prepare what is required, prepare what was required. So actually what the examiner did in relation to this question, he tested the student's knowledge on a number of standards, because what was tested here in relation to this point is the student's knowledge on International Accounting Standard number 12, income taxes. Here, the examiner was testing the student's knowledge on IFRS 9, financial instrument. We will do something to do with that. We will do something to do with that. And what the examiner was testing here is the student's knowledge on IAS 16. IAS 16, remember, is on what? IAS 16 is on what? Who can be able to remember? International Accounting Standard number 16, from what you did in a FA, what you did in a FAN, is on what? IAS 16. Who can be able to remember? IAS 16. Remember, knowledge on this standard moving forward now is very, very important. Equally nowadays, if, for example, you go to an interview as an accountant, you may be required to mention a number of standards. Because as an accountant, you're expected to have some knowledge on these accounting standards. Yes, it's very, very important. Even if you don't have detailed information about these standards, you need to know. For example, when we talk about IAS 16, it is on what? It is on PP. When we talk about IAS 12, it is on income taxes. So these are some of the questions you're likely to encounter nowadays once you go for interviews. Yes. So let's basically move and start with what is required in part A. And that is basically the income statement of profit or loss. Statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive incomes. Other comprehensive incomes, basically for the year, which ended 31st of March 2022. 31st of March 2022. So here we just need to have a single column. Each side we record opening inventory, purchases, and then specific expenses. So I think we can start by recording the items to be recorded on the debit side. So we start with the opening inventory. We start with the opening inventory. So opening inventory, we have this within the trial balance. So if we go back to the trial balance, we have the opening inventory. And actually, we have various items of opening inventory. Can we record those items? Let's record those items. I hope you can see them within the trial balance. So we have the opening inventory of number one, growing crops, seeds, and basically what? Fertilizer. So what you need to determine here is whether these will go to the crop or livestock. So whether these will go to the crop revenue account or basically what? Livestock. Automatically, growing crops, seeds, and fertilizer, this should go to the crop revenue account. Is that the position? Yes, because you can see these are crop, seeds, and fertilizer. Go to the crop revenue account. So that is an amount of how much? That is basically an amount of 25,000. 25,000. So below that we have livestock. So livestock automatically that go to the livestock revenue account, which is an amount of 30,000. So below that we have livestock feeds. Livestock feeds. So livestock feeds, this one equally will go to the livestock revenue account, and that one is an amount of how much? That is an amount of 75. That is an amount of 75. You just need to determine these will go to which revenue account. Then from there, that one do not have any adjustment. Then from there, we record purchases. We record purchases. Purchases is in the trial balance below the opening inventory. And actually, we also have open purchases of various items. Number one, we have purchase of livestock. Purchase of livestock. So this one got to the livestock revenue account. And basically, that is an amount of 16,250. 16,250. We also have purchase of seeds. Purchase of seeds. This will go to which revenue account? This will go to which revenue account? Is it the crop or livestock? Betty, I'm told by Betty to go to the crop. Yes, automatically this one go to the crop. Which is basically 5,000. And then below that we have a purchase of livestock. Fields. So that one will equally go to the last column here. That is the livestock revenue account. And that is an amount of what? An amount of 875. Now, the other item you should always check specifically from the additional information when recording purchases. Is whether we have interdependence of department. Remember, you said interdependence of department. This whereby you are told inputs or output of one department is the input in another department. For example, you are told manure from the cow shed was used to plant maize. So in that case, we said the using department, the consuming department will actually account for that as purchases. But if you can be able to recall, in our question here, we don't have any interdependence of department. Sasa? Yes. So then from there, we proceed and record the specific expenses. Specific expenses are those expenses specifically relating to the crop and livestock. We record what? We record expenses. And here we record the specific expenses. The specific what? Expenses. Specific expenses relating to crop and livestock. And I think maybe before we go to the additional information, because in the additional information there are some expenses we need to capture here in the trial balance. Below where we have, or actually above purchases. Above purchases, we have some expenses relating to crop and also relating to livestock. I hope you can see those expenses. So we have expenses which specifically relate to the crop, and basically that is an amount of 12,500, and then expenses relating to livestock, which is 15,730. Those are specific expenses. Do we have any other specific expenses relating to the crop, relating to livestock in the trial balance? Maybe you can just check the items there. Below, yes, above the inventory at the start of the year, or below the above the opening inventory, I hope you can see insurance premium, which relate to the crop. So we have insurance premium, and basically we are told that this insurance premium relates to the crop. So these are specific expense relating to the crop, and that is an amount of how much? Is an amount of 6,000 there. Yes. Do we have any other expense specifically relating to this? Okay. And remember, once you're given a trial balance, always remember this acronym, DIRA. When checking for expenses, you check the items, the figures in the debit column, the first column of the trial balance. So up there, you can see we have assets, and then below that we have insurance premium, which I've already captured here, opening inventory, administrative expenses. These are general expenses. Administrative expenses are general. They go to the general income statement. Then we have captured the other expenses there for crops, for livestock, purchases. Then farmhouse, repair of farm machinery. This one should be general. Unless told otherwise, this should be general. Farm tool, receivable, cash in hand, all these are assets. And then farm manager salary, there is some information you're given in relation to that in note number 2. Actually, that one will be captured here, will be included here. Then we have the farm workers' wages. Basically, these farm workers' wages, this one is a general expense. These are wages paid to the workers who are working in the farm. These are general expense. And then we have ordinary share capital retained earnings. Yes. So can we go to the additional information? Specifically, note number 2. We start with note number 2. We are told the farm manager salary is to be charged to the livestock and crop account in the ratio of 4:1. So that salary to the farm manager is salary. So that one will be apportioned between crop and livestock revenue account. Crop, that is livestock and the crop revenue account is the ratio of 4:1. So first of all, how much is the farm manager salary from the trial balance? From the trial balance, I think the fifth item from the bottom, that salary, farm manager salary, is it 32,500? 32,500? No, I think it should be 75. It should be 75. It should be 75. So 75. So how much amount would be apportioned to crop? How much amount will be apportioned to crop? And how much amount will be apportioned to livestock? So as per note number 1, we are told it will be apportioned in the ratio of 4:1. That is for livestock and crop. Livestock and crop. That's basically what you are told. So therefore, the amount to be apportioned to crop, we take 1 all over the total, which is 5. And then the amount to be apportioned to livestock revenue account, we take 4 all over the total, which is 5. Which is what? 5. Yes, so this one will give us 1,500. This one will give us 6,000. Yes. So the amount to go to the crop revenue account is 15. And here an amount of how much? 6,000. Yes, so that will be a portion between crop and livestock. So we have that. Then note number 3, we are told the valuation of our farm tools at the end of the year was 2.5. And I think we have computed depreciation in relation to the farm tools. And what you're told in the last sentence of note 3 is that any depreciation on farm tools, which is this amount of 600, will be apportioned between, and that is equally between crop and livestock. So we have depreciation of who? Of the farm tools. So this one would be apportioned equally between crop and livestock. So half, which is 300, 300, 300, 300, like that. So we are done with that point number 3. And then point number 4, we are told depreciation on farm machinery is at the rate of 20%. And this depreciation and repair of the farm machinery are to be charged to the general income statement. So those are expenses in the general income statement. Remember what to record here and specific expenses. So we skip that. Note number 5 is depreciation on buildings, which we said is equally a general expense. Number 5, we are told growing crops valued at 6.5 were destroyed by flood. I think I've explained how we will account for that. We have said we account for that as what? As sales. We will record that as sales. And number 2, we also account for that as what? As an expense. As an expense. And then the amount to be received from the insurance company, this one we account for it as an income. And then this one, we do what? We also account for it as a current asset. As a current asset. So it will not be an expense here because this is an expense in the income statement. in the general income statement. Okay. So then from there we have note number 7. We have the crops which were consumed by the farm workers valued at 1.5. So these are sales, part of the sales, and also an expense in the general income statement. It will not affect these specific expenses. Note number 8, this interest on the loan is also an expense, but in the general income statement. And then number 9, we have the crops which were donated. That one we have said is a sales here, and also what? And also an expense. So in our case, we don't have any other specific expense. So what we need to do basically is we move and we record the sales on this side, and then what? And then the closing inventory. The closing inventory. So let's start by recording the sales. First of all, we have, do we have sales in the trial balance? Yes, in the trial balance, we have sales of various items. And remember, sales, this one should be on the credit side of the trial balance. So the third item in the trial balance, we have sales of crops. We just said there was sales of crops. So that will go to the crop revenue account, which is an amount of 43,750. And then below that, we have sales of cattle that go to the livestock revenue account, 60,000. And then from there, we have sales of carcasses. Sales of carcasses. So basically, I've said carcasses, these are dead animals. Dead animals, Dead animals. That will automatically go to the livestock revenue account. And that is an amount of 18,750. And then below that, we have bank balance and payables. So automatically, those are liabilities. And in the trial balance, we don't have any other item of sales. So let's go to the additional information. And in the additional information, we are going to start with the note 9. Let's start with the note 9. We are told the company gave a donation of harvested crops to a disaster management committee. This we have said is sales. And number 2 is a general expense. So we have donated. We can say there was donated harvested crops. Donated harvested crops. This one will be sales in the crop revenue account, 2.5. So then note number 8 is about interest on the loan. That will not affect this. And then note number 7, you have the crops which were consumed by the farm workers, is also part of sales. Crops consumed by the farm workers. So that is sales in the crop revenue account, 1.5. 1.5 like that, yes. So then from there, we have note number 6. So we have the crops, growing crops which were destroyed by the floods. So the growing crops which were destroyed by the floods, basically I've said, we will account for that as what? We will account for that as sales. Crops, in other terms, you can just refer to that as growing crops which were destroyed by floods. And that is basically an amount of 65. Is an amount of 65. So we account for that as sales here. Then because they were destroyed, we will account for that as an expense. Remember, these are just like crops which are donated. These are just like crops which are donated. That's why you can see the treatment is the same. Is sales here, and then number 2, we do what? We basically account for that as an expense. But because the company was able to receive some compensation from the insurance company, we will account for this as what? We will account for this as an income in the income statement. And then we also account for it as a current asset because the amount was not yet received. Okay. So then from there, we have note number 5 is about depreciation. Note number 6, depreciation. Note number 3, depreciation of farm tools. Note 2, we have dealt with that. Yes. I think in our case, we don't have any other item of sales. Next, what we need to record is the closing inventory. Next, we record the closing inventory, and this closing inventory is given in note 1. Note 1. So those items we just record them here without any adjustment. The way they are taken there. So someone is asking a question here. Okay, retype that question. I think is disappearing. So any kind. So any kind of varies. Yes, any kind of loss, any kind of like any farm produce which is basically lost. First of all, account for that as sales, and then is an expense. Sasa, yes. So because if, for example, this particular farm produce was not destroyed, they could have been sold. This particular farm produce which were donated free of charge, if they were not donated, they could have been sold. Account for that. The department which is producing that produce will account for that as sales, and then it is also a loss to the entire company, to the entire what company here. Sasa, yes. So let's record the closing inventory we have in note number 1. So number 1, we have the closing inventory for growing crops. So that go to the crop revenue account, which is basically 5,000. Then below that we have seeds, fertilizer, and what? And pesticides. So automatically also this is related to crop farming, which is 75. And then we have livestock. That go to the livestock revenue account, which is 50,000. And then we have livestock feeds. So also that go to the livestock revenue account, which is 1250. And I think in our case we are basically done with this account here. So what we need to do is to balance our account here, and basically we determine whether we have a profit or a loss. We determine whether we have a profit or basically a loss. We determine whether we have a profit or a loss. Now, how do we balance this? The normal way we balance our ledger accounts, but because here we have 2 ledger accounts, we can start with the crop. So we get the total on the debit side and the total on the credit side. We compare. So let's first of all, we get the total on the debit side for the crop, which is basically 25,000 plus 25,000 plus 5 plus 12.5 plus 6 plus 1.5 plus 300. So I'm getting 44,300. So confirm whether you're getting the same. We compare that with what you have on the credit side, 43.75, 2.5 plus 1.5, 1.5 plus 6.5 plus 5 plus 7.5. And basically I'm getting 66,750. Are you getting those values? Are you getting those values? Confirm whether you're getting those values. Confirm whether you're getting those values. Those values. Are you getting those values? Ben is getting 50. Okay, so my addition is wrong then. 5,300. What about the total on the debit? The total on the credit? The total on the credit? The total on the credit side, are you getting that value? 66,750. Now, these items are in note 1. Who is asking about the closing inventory? Closing inventory, we have it in note 1. We are taking the items in note number 1. They are not in the Betty. Those closing inventory is not in the additional information. Closing inventory, remember, Betty, always it has to be part of the closing inventory, even in the lower level. In financial accounting, closing inventory was not given in the trial balance. It was given in the additional information. We got that in the additional information number 1. Closing inventory. Yes. So it basically means that the amount which is more is what you have on the credit. Now, when balancing a ledger account, whatever you record here is the amount which is more. Out of the two totals, we pick the one which is more. So 66,750. We record it on both sides. We know if we add all this, it will basically give us that. If we add this, all what we have here, are we going to get 66,750 automatically? No. So we get 50,300. So we have a balancing figure on this side, which will be the profit for the year. Will be the profit for what? For the year. So how much is the profit? 66,750 minus 50,300. So that will give us 16,450. 16,450. So we do the same for the livestock revenue accounts. Let's get the total on the debit side. We have 30, we have 7.5, we have 16.25, we have 0.875, we have 15.37, we have 6, we have 0.3. That is basically what I'm getting. What about on the credit side? We have 60,000 plus 18,750 plus 50 plus, and here I'm getting 130,000. I'm getting 130,000. Also, my total here is also wrong. Yes, correct. Okay, I think the total is on the credit is okay. On the debit side, you're getting what? On the debit side, what are you getting? What are you getting on the debit side? 76,295. 76,295, 76,295, 76,295. Yes. So then we balance. So we pick the amount which is the total which is more, which is 130. We record it on both sides. So automatically, if we add all this, it will give us 130. If we add what we have here, it will not give us 130. It will give us this. So the difference between 130 and that should be the balancing figure there. And automatically, that is also a profit. Is also a profit of 53,705. 705. Yes. So basically, this is what was required in number 1 of that question. And basically, remember, you see that this particular account is prepared. These accounts are prepared to ascertain the performance of this department. Remember, we say that these are like department within this company. They are department within this what company? Livestock farming, and also that is crop farming and livestock keeping. So basically, they are what? They are the department. So having that, then, so I think we can be able to move and we prepare what is required in part B of the question. Part B of the question. So in part B, we are required to prepare now the general income statement. The general income statement, or basically the general statement of profit or loss. The general statement of profit or loss, which is basically for the year which ended 30th of June 2025, 30th of June 2025. So this one, remember, is prepared to ascertain the performance of the entire company. The performance of the entire company. We take the incomes of the company, we minus the general expenses. The general expenses. So any expenses which has been captured here should not be included here. So we start with the incomes. In this case, we will have two columns here. We have two columns. So the incomes, basically, we start with this profit. We start with this profit from this revenue account. So this profit from crop and also livestock farming, they are income. So we have profit from the crop account and also from livestock. And also from livestock. So this one is 16 or 50. And this one is 53, 705. 705. So then from there, we need to check whether was there any other income which was generated by this particular company here. So remember, when checking for incomes, you should go back to the trial balance, check the items on the credit side, check whether there was something like investment income or something like that. And I think in the trial balance, we don't have any other income. We don't have any other income. But recall, there was the insurance compensation. There was the insurance compensation as a result of destruction of the crops. So this one we said has to be accounted for as an income. So and the insurance compensation was 90% of the value of the crops which was destroyed. 90% of 65. Was that 5850? 5850? 90% of 6.5. Is that what we got? I think I was given that value. Yes. So in our case, we don't have any other income. We don't have any other income. So we get the total incomes. Total incomes. And then to this, we proceed and we less the expenses. And remember, in this case, the expenses which we less here are basically the general. The general expenses. Any expense which has been considered here should not be included here. So first of all, we get total incomes. Total incomes here, 16,450 plus 53,705 plus 5850. And this will give us what? This will give us 76,005. 005. I hope you're getting those values. Yes. So can we then proceed and we record the general expenses? The general expenses are the other expenses other than what we have here. Other than what we have here. Let's start with the additional information. We start with the additional information. We have dealt with the note number 1. Note number 2, we have dealt with that. And then note number 3, we have dealt with that. Note number 4, let's compute depreciation on farm machinery. Depreciation on farm machinery. And this one we are told will be 20% on cost. 20% on cost. What is the cost of farm machinery? Farm machinery is basically the second item in the trial balance. We are given the cost inside the bracket as 135. Automatically, the value which we have in the trial balance, 97,500, that is the net book value. That is the net book value. So therefore, the difference, for example, between 135 million and 97.5 million is the accumulated depreciation. So the reason why we given that 135 is for us to be able to compute the depreciation here. So this one will be 20% of 135. It will be computed based on cost. Computed based on cost. And I think this one should give us what? Is it 27,000? 27,000, 0.2 of 135. 135,000. Yes, 27. So then we move back to point number 4. in point number 4, the last sentence, we are told depreciation and the repair on farm machinery are to be charged to the general statement. So there is something also we need to capture here as per note number 4, the repair of farm machinery. Repair of farm machinery, and this one is given in the trial balance. So the repair of farm machinery in the trial balance, where do we have this? We have these somewhere in the middle, just below the purchases. Below the purchases, we have the repair of farm machinery. And the repair of farm machinery, I think that is a value of, is it 1875? 1875? Yes. So we are done with that point number 4. And then we go to point number 5. We compute depreciation on buildings. Depreciation on buildings, we are told, this one will be 2.5% of the cost. So what is the cost of the buildings? That one is given in the trial balance, the first item up there. The cost of buildings, remember you're given cost of land. We're given the cost of land and buildings. The cost of land is 150, and the total cost of land and buildings is 250. So meaning the cost of buildings should be 250 million minus the cost of land. So the cost of buildings will be 100 million. Will be 100 million. And remember, our values are in thousands of shillings. So we take that as 100,000. And I think that will be 2,500. That will be 25 what? 2,500. 2,500. So we are done with that. Point number 5. Point number 6, we have the growing crops of 6.5 which were destroyed by flood. Remember, we said that one would be a sales here, and number 2, it is an expense. It is what? It is an expense. So we have the growing crops which were destroyed by who? By floods. And that is an amount of how much? That is an amount of 65. That is an amount of 65. Yes. So we are done with that. Then note number 7, we have the crops which were consumed by the farm workers. Equally the same is sales there and also an expense here. So the crops which were consumed by the farm workers are having a value of 1.5. 1.5. So we are done with that point number 7. So then number 8, we have the interest on the loan. In the interest on the loan, which is the 3 million, the interest on the loan, which is basically 3 million. Remember, you have said that this interest on the loan, when preparing our balance sheet, our statement for financial position, this one we account for it as a current liability. This interest on the loan was not yet paid. Yes, that's why it is given as part of the trial balance. If it had been paid, it should be part of the trial balance. So it will be an expense here, and number 2 is a current liability. So then number 9, we are told we have the company gave donation of harvested crops to disaster management committee. So we said that one will be what? Will be basically an expense here, not an expense, rather sales there, and also an expense. And I hope you can see here any form of crops, any form of crop, any form of farm produce which is basically donated or basically given free of charge, sales there, and also an expense here. So donated harvested crops. So which is an amount of 25. An amount of 25. So I think we are done with the additional information. Can we go back to the addition to the trial balance? We pick the other general expenses. There are other general expenses in the trial balance. So remember all expenses, they have a debit balance. We can start up there. We have added buildings, farm machinery, those are not expenses. Down there, you can see insurance premium on crops. That was a general expense here. Then below that, we have inventory. And then we have administrative expenses. Administrative expenses. That one basically is a general expense. Is it 5,000? Administrative expenses, 5,000. 5,000 administrative expenses. Yes, 5,000. So we have expenses which relate to crop and livestock. Those were equally specific expenses. Purchases is not a general expense. And then from there, we have farmhouse expenses. That is also a general expense. Farmhouse expenses. Farmhouse expenses. The farmhouse expenses, this one is an amount of 1,500. This one is an amount of 1,500. Is an amount of 1,500. So then from there, we have repair of machinery. I think we have captured that up here. Then we have farm tools. I think this one is an asset. Receivables, cash in hand, farm manager, salary. We dealt with that here as a specific expense. And then ordinary share capital retained earnings role. So we don't have any other expense. So what we need to do, we need to get the total expenses. So let's get the total expenses here. So we have 27,000 plus 1875 plus 25 plus 65 plus 15 plus 3 plus 25 plus 5 plus 15. I'm getting 51,375. Confirm whether you're getting that value. Yes, so that is basically what I'm given. So we deduct that from total incomes, 76,005. 76,005 minus 51,375. And basically that will give us 24,630 units farm workers wage. Oh, farm workers wages. I think we have that. Yes, thank you. I think we have that. We have such an expense. Where do we have it? Units. Yes. So it is below the farm manager salary. So we almost forgetting to pick that one. Yes. So below this, we have the farm workers wages. Farm workers wages. Thank you. So we need to include that here. Farm workers wages. Farm workers wages. This is an amount of how much? This is an amount of 6250. Is it 6250? Yes, 6250. 6250. Is that the position? 6250? 6250. Yes. So we add it to this. So this will be 57. Okay. So this one will be 57. 57,625. Yes. So we deduct it from that value there. Minus 76,005. And basically that will give us 18,380. 380. So this one is basically profit because it's a company that is a profit before tax. And I think in our question here, we are not given a tax. We don't have tax. Is there anywhere we're given tax? No, there is nowhere we have tax. There is nowhere we have tax. Yes, someone is asking a question here that we said that the crops which were consumed by the farm workers will be recovered from the wages. Yes, that should be the position. It will be recovered from the wages. But basically, remember, so the amount which are given here, these farm work wages, so automatically that has already been recovered. So because basically, if, for example, you are a farmer, you are giving some farm produce to your farm workers. Whenever you are paying them, you recover that from their wages. So you give them net. So whatever you given here is net. So this farm produce which they consumed has already been recovered from the amount which they were paid. You see, this amount which is given in the trial balance, this is the amount which was paid to the farm workers, the actual amount which was paid to them. So the amount which was paid to them is net, or the farm produce they had consumed has already been recovered. So you can't give them money and then you tell them to refund. Sasa, yes, so whatever we are given is what was actually paid, and the farm produce they consumed has already been, the value from the farm produce they consumed has already been recovered. Tuko pamoja? Yes. Don't confuse that and basically deduct it here. So we have said, taking into account we don't have tax here. We don't have tax. This one should be the profit now for the year. This one should be the profit for the year. This one should be the profit for the year. The profit for the year. For the year, which will be 18,380. And then to this, if you check in the trial balance, I think the second item, is it the second and the last item in the trial balance? We have the retained profit. The retained profit balance brought down. We have the retained profit at the start. That, I think, is in the trial balance, the last item. Actually, the second item from the bottom of the trial balance, which is 41,970. So this one should be added to the profit for the year. And we get the retained profit balance carried down. The retained profit balance carried down, 0. This one will be 5. This one will be 3. 0, 60. 0, 60. So we add the retained profit at the start, and we get the retained profit at the end. 41,970. Yes. So remember, this retained profit at the end of the year, this one will go to the statement of financial position automatically as a component of equity. As a component of what? Of equity, as a component of equity. So that basically what was required here. That is what was required here. Okay. Do we take a breather or do we just continue with part C? We take a short break or we finish what is remaining part C? Yes, do we take a short break? Ama to continue. We continue, we finish. Sawa. So we continue, we finish. So what we required is we prepare the statement of financial position. Statement of financial position as at 30th of June 2025. As at 30th of June 2025. So remember, you prepare this based on the accounting equation. We start by recording assets. And actually, the assets here, we have to classify them into two, non-current and also current. So automatically here, we start by recording the non-current assets. We start by recording non-current assets. We start by recording non-current assets. Non-current assets. So the non-current assets, we have a number of them. Starting with the first item in the trial balance, we have land and what? And buildings. We have land and buildings. So remember, all assets, when recording assets here, we record them here at their net book value. Now, in the trial balance, we are given the value for land and buildings, which is 250. So automatically to this, we should raise two depreciation there. Number one, we should raise depreciation, accumulated depreciation at the start of the year. Now, the accumulated depreciation at the start of the year, this one is usually given in the trial balance. If you check on the information we have in the trial balance, there is nowhere we have accumulated depreciation at the start. So meaning that the accumulated depreciation at the start, this one was basically 0. And then to this, we less the depreciation for the current year. The depreciation for the current is what you recognize here as an expense. And that is what we have here, depreciation on buildings, which is 2,500. 2,500. So that will give us a net book value of what? 250,000 minus 2.5, which will give us 247,500. 247,500. 247,500. Is that what you're getting? 247,500. Someone to confirm. Yes. So then below the second item in the trial balance, we have the farm machinery. Now for the farm machinery, what we do, we will take the value given in the trial balance, not the value inside the bracket, not the value inside the bracket, not the value inside the bracket, not the value inside the bracket. So we take the value of 97,500. Now this 97,500, this one is the net book value at the start of the year. So if it is the net book value at the start of the year, to this we only less the depreciation for the current year. Sasa? Yes. The depreciation for current year for farm machinery is 27, and someone is complaining about the quality of the video. Is my video not clear? Video yangu ya mwalimu iko sawa? Yes, I'm told, Betty, I'm told my video is clear. I'm told my video is okay. Yes, so basically I've said, don't take 135 because this is the cost. You less the depreciation for the current year. If you do that, you get it wrong. Sasa? Yes. Because in this case, if, for example, you decide to take this one, remember I've said the difference between this and 97, this value here, is the accumulated depreciation at the start. No need of using that longer route. Just take the net book value at the start, and then you less the depreciation for the current year only. Sasa, you less the depreciation for the current year only. So this will give us what? 7,500. 7,500. 7,500. Is that what you're getting? 7,500. 7,500. 7,500. Yes. So then from there, we need to check whether we have any other assets. Remember, all assets, they have a debit balance. So we check the items appearing on the debit column. Down here, I can see insurance compensation. I can see opening inventory, admin expenses, purchases, farmhouse expenses, repair of farm machinery. All those are expenses. And then we have the farm tools. Farm tools, I say that these are assets of low value. Are assets of low value, things like maybe jembes, things like wheelbarrows, spades, which are used within the farm. They are also assets, non-current assets. But now their value at the start was 3.1. 3.1. But if you can be able to recall the information you have in note 3, the information we have in note 3, we are told that they were revalued at the end of the year to an amount of 25. So this is their value at the end. That's what we include here. We record them here at their value at the end of the year, not at the start. Sasa, yes. Alternatively, you take now that one, you less the depreciation which we computed of 600, which should give you 25. So then from there we have receivables, cash. Yes. I don't think we have any other non-current assets. So we can move and we record the current assets now. So for the current assets, let's start with the additional information. We start with the additional information. In the additional information number 1, we have closing inventory. Remember, closing inventory is what we capture here. We don't record the opening inventory. Closing inventory, we have closing inventory for a number of items. You can just record that here separately. We have closing inventory for growing crops, which is basically 5,000. We also have closing inventory for seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, so which is 75. So then we also have livestock. livestock, which is basically 50,000. And then we have livestock what? Livestock feeds. So livestock feeds, which is 12 what? Which is basically 1250. 12 what? 1250. So that closing inventory is a current asset here. Number 2, we have dealt with that. Number 3, we have dealt with that. Number 4, we have dealt with that. Number 5, we have dealt with that. And number 6, we have this amount of money which was to be received from the insurance company. So we can just refer to it as we refer to it as what? Amount receivable from the insurance company, or we can just refer to it as the insurance compensation. Insurance compensation receivable. So remember, this amount was not yet received. So that's why we are referring to it as a receivable. So if you are expecting a compensation from the insurance company, to you is a current asset. To you is what? Is a current asset. You have not yet, our company had not received this compensation. So number 6, we have dealt with that. Note 7, we have dealt with that. Note 8, we have dealt with that. Note 9. Yes, let's go back to the trial balance. We pick the other items of current asset. Remember, all items of current asset, they have a debit balance. So tunaangalia zile items on the debit, we are checking the items on the debit column. So up there we have land and buildings, insurance, inventory, administrative expenses, purchases, farmhouse, repair, farm tools, and then we have receivables. We have the receivables. So the receivables is an amount of how much? Receivables, how much? 37,500. 37,500. And then below that we have cash in hand. Cash in hand is 32,500. Yes. Do we have anything else? I can't see anything else here. So let's get to the total asset. Yes, we get to the total assets. We add all this. So we have 247,500 plus 7,500 plus 25 plus 5,000 plus 75 plus 50,000 plus 1250 plus 5850 plus 37,500 plus 32,500. So I'm getting 460, 100. 460, 100. 460, 100. 460, 100. Is that what you're getting? 460, 100. Yes. So then next we record capital. Sorry, not capital, rather. We record equity. Remember, this is a company. We start by recording ordinary share capital. So ordinary share capital, we have it in the trial balance. I think almost at the bottom of the trial balance, we have ordinary share capital. Ordinary share capital. So the ordinary share capital is 300,000. 300,000. So below that, we have the retained profit. The retained profit. So the retained profit which we have in the trial balance is not what we record here, but basically this is what we record in our statement of financial position. This one, 60, 350. So I think that's what we have. We don't have any other component of equity because we don't have share premium and so on. So we can get the total equity. Total equity, which is basically 360, 350, 360, 350. And then from there, we proceed, we record the liabilities. We record the liabilities. So for the liabilities, we start with the non-current liabilities. Non-current liabilities. So for the non-current liabilities, we have the last item is the trial balance. That is the loan from the cooperative society. The loan from the cooperative society. From the cooperative society, the loan from the cooperative society is 75,000. Do we have any other non-current liability? No. Finally, we record current liabilities. Finally, we record current liabilities. So the current liabilities, I think we can start by checking whether we have any in the trial balance. Okay, not in the trial balance, but rather in the additional information. In the additional information, note 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Equal note 7, we don't have any liability, but we have note 8. The accrued interest on loan. The accrued loan interest. So this interest was not yet paid. This interest was not yet paid to these companies. The liability is the current liability. I think we are done with point number 9. So let's go back to the trial balance. Remember, in the trial balance, all liabilities, they have a credit balance. All liabilities, they have a credit balance. So we check the items on the credit side. So up there, you can see we have sales of cattle, sales of carcasses. All those are incomes. But you can see we have balance at bank. Balance at bank is upon you to know that that value, because it's on the credit side, that is an overdraft. That is a bank overdraft. So we record it here as bank overdraft. Don't refer to it as bank balance. Although by the end of the day, what is marked is not description. What is marked is the value. So yes, the bank overdraft is basically how much? This one is 3,000. 3,000. And then below that we have what? Below that we have payables. We have payables of 18,750. Do we have anything else on the credit side or any other liability? Down there, we have ordinary share capital, retained profits, the loan. We don't have any other current liability. So we get the total equity and liabilities. 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 Get the total here. Now, next, we will be able to form a question as follows. The total is the petroleum or the petroleum or the service. So we service that so that is the PSS. I think it's a lot to say. I might find it. How can you say yes. Is it balancing for 60? For 61, for 6,100? 460,100, is that what you're getting? Yes, yes. So basically that is it. That what is required in this question is a very good question on farm accounting. A very, very good question on farm accounting, although you can see The question is equally long. The question is equally long. So the marks allocated here were 6. The marks allocated here were equally 6 marks here. Were 6 marks. And for preparing the revenue account, the marks allocated there were 5. Although, for example, if you're doing that question in an examination setup, the objective is not even to balance. Don't even bother trying to balance here. The objective is basically trying to get so many or having correct entries. So make sure you have so many correct entries within your statement of financial position. You equally have correct entries here, because what is marked are those entries. Make sure you have many correct entries, both in the statement of financial position, in the income statement, and also in what? In the revenue, in the revenue account. So that is it. It was a very, very good question, although I say that this question was a repetition of another question which was examined in 2012. In 2012. So basically what that means is that we can't be able to do the other question, because I think this one has consumed a lot of time. So there is the other question for, was it 2021? Was it 2021, the other question? 2021, decrease of 400, a decrease of 400. So then we have inventory. Inventory will be revalued to 64. The carrying amount for inventory in the balance sheet is 72. So we have a decrease of what? A decrease of 800. A decrease of 800. A decrease of 800 from 72 to 64. Yes. So then from there we have machine. Machine, its carrying amount is how much? The carrying amount for machine is 28. It will be revalued to 2,000. So we have a decrease of 800. We have a decrease of 800. And then buildings, it will be revalued to 5,000. From 6,000, we equally have a decrease of what? Of 1,000. A decrease of what? Of 1,000. Sasa, yes, in that case, I've said both depreciations which are given there, we ignore them. I've said you cannot revalue an asset today and you depreciate the asset at the same time. So you revalue, then depreciate the asset at the end of the year. So therefore, we ignore those depreciations. So basically, it means that the value for all those assets, receivables, inventory, machine, building, their value reduces. How do we account for that decrease in the value of the asset? We said once the assets have been revalued and their value reduces, we need to credit the specific assets account in order to reduce its value. We complete the double entry by debiting the account called the capital reduction account. So therefore, the first general entry here is basically to account for the revaluation of those assets. To account for the revaluation of those assets. So if you check those values, they are basically in thousands of shillings. Okay, so when making the general entry, let's have the debit column here, and basically the credit column. So we always start with the account to be debited. That's basically what we know. The account to be debited is the capital reduction account, and this account will be debited with a total decrease, or actually with a decrease, the total decrease in value for all the assets. We have 400, 800, 800, and 1,000. That will give us a total decrease of how much? That should be 12, 2,000, 3,000. Are you getting a total decrease in the value of assets to be 3,000? To be 3,000. We try to hurry up because of time, yes. So then we debit that account, capital reduction account, and then we credit a number of assets. Which account are we crediting? First of all, we credit the receivables account. The receivables account is an amount of 400. We also credit the inventory account. The inventories account is an amount of 800. We credit the machinery account with an amount of 800. We also credit the buildings account. The buildings account with an amount of what? With an amount of 1,000. With an amount of what? Of 1,000. And then in this case, we said, make sure you give a brief narration. The narration will be being a revaluation of assets. Being a revaluation of who? Of assets. Being a revaluation of assets. So we have accounted for the revaluation of assets. Let's move to note number 2. In note number 2, we are told its ordinary share is to be redesignated as a share of 2.5. And then you're told the ordinary shareholders are to accept a reduction in the nominal value of their shares from 10 shillings to 2.5. In addition, the shareholders are to subscribe for a new issue on the basis of 1 share for every 2 shares held at a price of 4. Now, 2 things there. Number 1, we need to account for the decrease in the value of the assets, because we are told the shareholders will accept a decrease in the value of the share from 10 shillings all the way to 2.5. In this case, what we need to account for here is the amount of share capital, which automatically was written off. So the amount of share capital written off, first of all, we determine the amount which was written off per share. If the company is reducing the par value of the share from 10 to 2.5, it basically means that part of the par value has been written off. The amount written off is that decrease. So the value of the share is reducing with how much? Is reducing from 10 to 2.5. The value of the share, therefore, is reducing with 7.5. We multiply that with the shares issued by this company. And in this case, I hope you can see that information deals, note number 2 deals with the ordinary shares. So we go back to the balance sheet of this company, specifically at the equity. That's where we get the shares issued. So how many shares were issued by this company? We take the equity share capital or the ordinary share capital, which is 20,000. Remember, these are not shares. This is the share capital. How do we get the number of shares? We divide that with the par value, which is still in the balance sheet at the equity. I hope you can see the word equity shares of shillings 10 par value. So therefore, the shares issued by this company are 2,000. We multiply that with 7.5. And that basically will give us what? That will give us what? Will that give us 15,000? 15,000, the amount of share capital which is written off. The amount of share capital which is written off. Yes. So how do we account for that? How do we account for this? Remember, we say, in case we want to reduce the share capital, remember share capital has a credit balance. So if we want to reduce this, we debit that account. We debit share capital. We complete the double entry using the capital reduction account. So therefore, in this case, we will debit the equity share capital account. Equity share capital account with the amount which was written off, 15,000. And then we complete the double entry by crediting the capital reduction account with the same amount of 15,000. The same amount of 15,000. What is our narration here? Our narration is being the share capital, which is written off. So what we have accounted for here is the share capital which is written off, being the share capital written off, being the share capital written off. So in the same point, number two, we are told, other than the company writing off the value of each share, we are told that existing shareholders of the company will subscribe. To subscribe is to buy. If you buy shares of the company, you pay for those shares. So in this case, we are told they have to subscribe. They have to buy a new or basically new shares on the basis of 1 share. So these are the new shares to be issued. New shares to be issued. And basically I've said that these are shares to be issued in cash. The existing shareholders will buy some shares. So they are to subscribe new shares on the basis of 1 share, on the basis of 1 share for every what? For every 2 shares which are held, for every 2 shares which are held. Now, how many ordinary shares are currently held? From what you have done up here, how many shares are currently held by the existing shareholders? The shares currently held, yes, we have said are 2,000. So these are the shares which are currently held. So we just cross multiply, then we divide, so that we determine how many shares are currently held. Sorry, how many shares will be issued, not held. So the shares to be issued will be 1 times 2,000 divided by 2, and basically this will give us 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares, and then we are told each share will be issued at 4 bob. Each share will be issued at an amount of 4 shillings. So meaning that the amount of money the company received here would be 4,000. So how do we account for this particular amount received by the company? How do we account for that amount received? Number 1, because this money was received, the shareholders paid for that money, we debit the bank account. Remember this money received, we debit bank, and then the company issued shares. So we credit the equity share capital account. Remember, the amount credited to be credited in this account always has to be based on the par value. Now, what is the new par value per share? What is the new par value per share here? What is the new par value per share? The new par value per share ni ngapi? The new par value per share is 2.5. Remember, it was previously 10. It has been reduced to 2.5. So therefore, the amount to be credited in this account will be based on the par value 2.5 times the shares issued. The shares issued were 1,000. So the amount credited in this account is 225, 2.5. Now, it automatically means that because the shares were issued at 4 bob, the shares were issued at a premium, at a share premium. We say whenever we are accounting for external reconstruction and shares have been issued at a share premium, that share premium is not taken to the share premium account, but rather we credit it in the capital reduction account. Sasa, yes, that amount we will not credit it in the share premium account, but basically we credit it in which account? The capital reduction account. And automatically that should be the difference here. That should be the difference 15. So we give a brief narration being issue of additional shares, or maybe being issue of shares for cash. So we are done with that. Let's move to point number 3. We are told the existing preference shareholders are to be exchanged for a new issue of 6 million, 15% preference shares of shillings 10 each, and 800,000 ordinary shares of shillings 2.5. So it basically means that if we go back to the balance sheet of this company, specifically at the equity, you'll see this company had issued 12%, not 12%, rather 10% preference shares. So the preference shares issued by this company, they have a value of 8,000. So we are told the holders of these particular shares will be required to surrender them back to the company. In exchange of what? In exchange of 6 million. In exchange of 6 million preference shares having a value of 10, and 800,000 ordinary shares, each share having a value of 2.5. Yes, and I think usually this question, there is a small typing error. So this particular amount here, you see this amount here, 6 million, that's 6 million, that should be shillings. Because you can see that these preference shares currently issued by the company, they have a value of 8 million. So automatically, once they are required to surrender them back to the company, they are required to surrender these shares back to the company. They must be issued with other shares or even debentures having the same value, having the same value. So if you take 6 million times 10, because you can see, take into account we don't have the word shillings before 6 million. We can only take 6 million to be the shares. So you should take the share 6 million times 10. That will give us 60 million. You can see that one is more than that. So that's why I'm saying there was a small typing error. This one should be shillings. If you have the physical paper, so before the word 6 million, we should have 6 million. The issue of 6 million, 15% preference shares of shillings 10, and 800,000 2.5, or ordinary shares of 2.5, such that if you work out this now, you work out this 6 million, and then these ordinary shares which were issued 800 times 2.5. So if you multiply these two, this will give us what? Is it 2,000? 800,000 times 2.5. Is it 2,000? Yes, it should be 2,000. Such that if you add this and that should give us 8,000. So these preference shares which were issued and these ordinary shares which were issued, they must be having the same value, because the old shares, the old preference shares which have been issued are to be exchanged with the new shares. Yes, so that's why I've said there was a small typing error as far as that question is concerned. Now, what we need to do here is, number one, we cancel these shares. We cancel these shares. How do we cancel them? We cancel them. Remember, this account has a credit balance. So to cancel this, we will debit this account, and then we go ahead and basically debit two accounts. We debit this account for the new preference shares which were issued, and also we credit. That is to credit that account, and also we credit ordinary share capital. So we debit the 10% preference share capital, and then we credit to account. So we are cancelling the old shares and accounting for the new shares which were issued. So we debit the 10% preference share capital account with an amount of 8 million, or basically 8,000, and then we credit these preference shares which were issued. They were 15%. We credit 15% preference shares, preference share capital account with the 6 million, and then we credit equity share capital with an amount of 2,000. With an amount of 2,000. Yes. So what is the narration? Being the old preference shares which were cancelled. Being the old preference shares which were cancelled. Yes, and I think we are done with that particular point. Let's move to point number 4. Let's move to point number 4. In point number 4, what are we told? We are told that the debenture holders are to accept 200,000 ordinary shares of shillings 2.5 each in lieu of interest payable. Then you're told the 12% debentures are to be converted to 14% debentures. And then you're told a further shillings 2 million or 14% debentures of shillings 10 each are to be issued and taken up by the existing debenture holders at 90 shillings per debenture. So in that case, I think we have like 3 transactions we need to account for. Number 1, let's account for what we have in the first sentence. We are told the debenture holders are to accept 200,000 ordinary shares of shillings 2.5 in lieu of the interest payable. It basically means that the interest which was supposed to be paid to the debenture holders and was in arrears. So instead of the debenture holders being paid that interest which was in arrears, instead of being paid that interest in cash, they will be issued with the ordinary share of the company as a form of a payment. So first of all, we need to determine how much was this interest, or how much was the interest in arrears. That one is in the balance sheet of the company below paragraph 1 and specifically under equity. Can you be able to see the interest payable on debentures, or the interest payable to the debenture holders under the equity? Under equity, yeah, that one should be 720, not 2,000. Should be 720. So basically, what we need to do, remember that is a liability. So being a liability, we are told this amount automatically will be paid. How will it be paid? It will be paid by the company issuing shares. So we need to first of all cross off this account. Because the liability, it has a credit balance. How do we cross that account? We debit that account. So the general entry number 5 is to debit that account. We debit the account called interest payable on debentures with an amount of how much? 720. And then the debenture holders here will be paid by being issued with the shares. So how many shares will be issued to the debenture holders? The debenture holders, in that case, we are told as per note number 4, they will be issued with 200,000 ordinary shares over 2.5. Of 2.5. Automatically, if you multiply these two, that one will give us 500,000. 500,000. So what happens, or what is the difference now here? You can see the amount which was to be paid 720, but the shares issued, they had a par value of 500. What happens to the difference? And remember, the amount to be debited has to be equal to the amount to be credited. Yes, the difference is the share premium. Do we take it to the share premium account? No. So we have said any share premium, any shares which are issued at a premium, any share premium is taken to the capital reduction account. So the difference here, which is 220, is the share premium. But do we credit it in the share premium account? No. We credit it in the account called the capital reduction account. Capital reduction account. So we can say in the narration, being payment of accrued interest. Being payment of accrued interest. So still in the same point, we are basically done with that. Still in the same point, sentence 2, we are told that the 12% debentures are to be converted to 14% debentures, just like what we have done here. So what we need to do is we need to cross off the 12% debentures account. If we go back to the balance sheet of the company here and the equity, you'll be able to see that our company had issued 12% debentures. 12% debentures. We are given their value. We know debentures is a liability. So this account should have a credit balance. So these debentures are to be exchanged, to be converted, that is, to 14% debentures. What does that mean? It basically means that we need to cross off that account by debiting it, and then we open another account called 14% debentures. So this account, we credit it with the same amount. So we debit the 12% debentures basically to cross off that account, and then we credit the 14% debentures account. So what is the value of these 12% debentures from the balance sheet of our company? The 12% debentures, they had a value of 6,000. So in other terms, we have converted the 12% debentures into 14% debentures. So narration, being conversion of 12% debentures into 14% debentures. Being conversion of debentures, or you can just put it like that. Remember that narration has no mark, but it's always good to give a narration of what you have accounted for. Sasa, yes. In the same point, we also have other debentures which were issued in cash. In the last sentence, a further shillings 2 million 14% debentures of shillings 100 are to be issued and taken up by the existing debenture holders at 90 bob. So these are new debentures to be issued. The 14% debentures, we are told having a value of 2 million, but in this case, we are told the value is 100, but basically they'll be issued at a discount. Because we are told they will be at 90 bob. So basically what our company here, instead of receiving 2 million, the cash to be received, the cash received will be what? Will be 90 all over 100 times what? Times 2 million. In other terms, because they have a value of 100, but they will be issued at 90, it's like they were issued at a discount of 10%. Sasa? Yes. So the amount to be received should be equal to what? Should be equal to 90%. Because they were issued at a discount of 10, the company received 90% of 2 million, which is 1.8. 1.8. So that is basically the amount to be received. How do we account for this amount received? The amount received, number one, this one will be debited in the bank account. We debit the bank 18 with the cash which was received. Now, the difference, which is, or actually the discount, which is 200,000, which is the discount, that one, basically we take it to which account? We take it to the capital reduction account. We must account for that discount. So that discount is 200,000. We take it to the capital reduction account, because by the end of the day, the amount to be credited in this account, the amount to be credited in the 14% debentures, 14% debentures, just like what you have said in relation to the shares, that one has to be based on the par value. Remember, the par value is 100. So the amount to be credited in this account has to be based on the par value of 100. So meaning that the amount to be credited in this account should be 2,000. It has to be based on the par value, just like the shares, So the narration being an issue of debentures for what? For cash. Being issue of debentures for cash. We are basically done with that. So let's move to the other point, number 5. In note number 5, we are told shillings 800,000 of the loan from directors is cancelled, and then you're told the balance of the loan is to be settled by the issue of 200,000 shares of shillings 2.5. So first of all, can we go back to the balance sheet of this company? We check how much was the loan from the directors. The loan from directors, that has to be either below as a liability, basically. The loan from the directors is a liability. Yes, and I can see that that one is given together with the share capital. So the loan from directors is basically 2,000. So what we are told in note number, let's go back to note number 5. We are told 800,000 of this shillings 800,000 will be cancelled. In other terms, it will be written off, whereas the balance is to be settled by issue of shares. So the balance will be settled by issue of shares. So how do we account for that basically? Remember, this account loan from directors is a liability account. So being a liability account, the account has a credit balance. So part of this amount is to be written off. We debit it here. The amount written off, we debit it in that account. Then the balance, which is basically 1200, this one will be settled by the company by issuing shares. By issuing what? Shares. So therefore, we make a journal entry for that. So we debit this account, loan from directors. First of all, let's account for this amount which was written off. Loan from directors. Loan from who? Directors. We debit that account with 800,000. So automatically the other entry will be in which account? Will be in the capital reduction. No, let's do this. This account basically we debit it with the total amount, because the full amount will be written off. Will be written off. But now when accounting for this amount which was written off, remember this amount will be debited in this account and then credited in which account? And that amount which was written off will be credited in the account called the capital reduction. This is the amount which was written off, the loan which was written off. It will basically be debited here, credited in which account? Capital reduction. Then this amount which was paid through the issue of shares, I hope you can see the number of shares which were to be issued to the directors. The directors were to be issued with how many shares? Are we given the number of shares which were to be issued to the directors? Yes, the directors were to be issued with 200,000 shares. 200,000 shares, each share having a value of 2.5. So if you multiply these 200 times that basically will give us 500. But you can see the amount which was to be paid by the company through the issue of shares, Ningapi, the amount which was to be paid through the issue of shares was 1,200. It also means that these particular shares which were issued to the directors were issued at a premium. Is that the position? Are they issued at a premium? Yes, because you can see the amount which was to be paid was 12, but the par value of those shares is 500. So therefore, what will be the double entry for that? We will credit the equity share capital with the shares which were issued, which are 200 times 2.5. 2.5, basically that will give us 500. So the difference between 500 and 12 will be a share premium. Where do we take the share premium? To the capital reduction account. To the capital reduction account. Remember that is the share premium. That is the share what? The share premium on the shares which were issued. So by the end of the day, if you add this, the amount to be credited, the amount to be what? The amount which has been debited, you'll be able to see the amount is the same. So 800 plus the 500, which is 13, plus 700, 2,000, which is equal to that. So this is our narration being director's loan, which was cancelled, director's loan cancelled and paid. So we have accounted for the director's loan which was cancelled and the one which was paid. We are basically done with that. So then let's move to the other point, number 6, and I hope you're together up to that point. I hope you're together up to that point. Are we together up to that point? Can we move to point number 6? Yes, we are together up to that point. So in point number 6, you are told the investment are to be sold at their current market value of 6 million. So which are these particular investment? Investment automatically should be an asset. So if we go back to the balance sheet of this company, below the non-current assets, I can see we have intangible assets. One of the intangible assets is investment. The value for investment is 45. So we are told that investment, as per note number 6, we are told that investment will be sold at the current market value of 6 million. So the investment will be sold at a profit, because if you take the carrying amount of that investment is 45, but the investment will be sold at 6,000. So that profit, that gain on the sale of investment, that one automatically we cross it off, we take it to the capital reduction account. So first of all, we account for the amount which was received. The amount received, that one is debited in the bank. So how much amount was received? It should be equal to the sales proceeds. Sales proceeds is what we have in note number 6. Our investment was sold at 6 million. That is what we debit in the bank. That is what we debit in the bank. And then the amount which we credit in the investment account should be equal to the carrying amount. investment was recorded at 4.5. We credit that account with 4.5. The difference, which is basically 15, we are saying is the gain on the sale of investment. So that gain on sale of investment, where do we take it? We take it to the capital reduction account. To the capital reduction what? Account. So the narration here is being what? Being investment sold. Being investment which was sold. Being investment which was sold. Being investment which was sold. We are basically done with that. Let's move to point number 7. You're told bank overdraft was paid in full. Also very simple. Bank overdraft, we know, is a liability. Is a liability. So if bank overdraft was paid and is a liability, we need to cross off this account by debiting that. We debit that account, we credit bank account. So we debit bank overdraft account. Bank overdraft, this one has to be part of the current liabilities in our balance sheet. And the bank overdraft is basically 3,000. And then we credit bank account with an amount of 3,000. So the narration here is being payment of bank OD. 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 Yes. So we are done with that point. Let's move to point number 8. And we are told the sum of 3.18 million is to be paid off. Is to be paid to offset the sundry payables immediately, and the balance in 4 equal installments at the end of each quarter. So I think in our case here, what we need to do is to account for the amount of payables which was paid, or the amount of sundry payables which was paid. So that one is basically quite simple, because what you just need to do is to, once a liability has been paid, we debit the liability account. So we will debit the payables account, or actually the sundry payables, which is basically part of the current liabilities. Sundry payables with the amount which was paid as per note number 8, that 180, and then automatically we do what? We credit bank. We credit bank. I hope you can be able to see down there. That one what? That 180. That one what? 80. That 180. Then we need to give a brief narration for that. We need to give a brief narration for that. A brief narration for that. So being payment, or being partial payment, to who? To creditors. Being partial payment to creditors. Being partial payment to creditors. Being partial payment to creditors. Yes. So we are done with that, basically. And then we are told the balance will be paid in 4 equal installments. Are we interested with the amount to be paid in the remaining amount to be paid? No, because if you check on what you're told in part B, we are required to prepare the balance sheet of this company immediately after effecting this. So not even after a quarter, not even after a day, immediately after the company effected this. So we are not interested with the amount to be paid in those quarters. Yes, we are not interested with that. Then number 9, we are told all intangible assets are to be eliminated. Being eliminated means that all the intangible assets will be written off. Will be written what? Will be written off. So I need to create some space here. Yes, so all the intangible assets will be written off. Which are those intangible assets? Automatically, it is all the intangible assets excluding investment. Remember, investment was sold. So we need to write off goodwill and patent and trademark. So how do we write off assets? So basically, we credit the asset account, because assets have a debit balance. We credit the asset account. We debit the capital reduction. We debit the capital what? The capital reduction. So this should be journal entry number 12. We debit capital reduction account. Capital reduction account. Capital reduction account with the total value for the 2 assets. Goodwill 6,000. Patent and trademark 500. That will give us a total of 65. And then which account do we credit? We credit goodwill with an amount of 6,000. We credit patents and trademarks with an amount of what? With an amount of 500. Narration being intangible assets, which were written off, or maybe which were eliminated. Being intangible assets which were written off, or being intangible assets which were eliminated. Yes. So we are done with that. Then note number 10, we are told it is estimated that under the new arrangement, yes, now that information which we have in note number 10, that one will be used in answering part C. Do we use that in making the journal entries? No. That one will be used in answering part C of the question. So we are basically done, but there is something here we must always remember to account for, even if that information is not provided by the examiner. Remember, this company is trying to clean its books of accounts. Whenever the company is doing internal reconstruction, the company has to write off any accumulated losses. Even if that information is not given to you by the examiner, you must remember to account for that. You must write off the accumulated losses. So if you go back to the balance sheet of our company, specifically at the equity, you'll be able to see that the company had accumulated losses of 5.8. That accumulated losses has to be written off because the company cannot do internal restructuring and still the books of account remain with accumulated losses. That has to be written off. So how do we write off these accumulated losses? So remember, this account always has a debit balance. It is the retained earnings account which has the debit balance because those are losses. How do we write off that account? We credit it and then we debit the capital. We debit the capital reduction. We debit capital reduction account with accumulated losses of 58. And then we do what? We credit. We basically credit the accumulated losses account. Accumulated losses account with the 58. So what is the narration here? Narration is being accumulated losses. Being accumulated losses which were written off. Being accumulated losses which were written off. And I think in our case, basically we have done with preparing what was required. So in part A, that basically what was required. So by doing this, the marks are allocated here are basically what? Are basically 10. In most of the cases, you'll see that the marks allocated here is half for every correct entry, half. So it basically means that you needed like 10 items, not 10 other, 20 items, 20 correct entries here. And basically you get the 10 allocated what? 10 allocated marks. Now, if you can be able to recall the other question which we did in class, after this, the examiner basically was requiring us to prepare the capital reduction account. Even though it is not a requirement in this question, can we prepare the capital reduction account? Let's prepare the capital reduction account, even though it is not a requirement here. Even though it is not what? A requirement. So let's prepare that account. I want to create some space here. So, but basically we have to remember here, our capital reduction will be debited with a total of 3,000. Yes. So let me create some space here. So we prepare the capital reduction account. Capital reduction. Capital reduction account. Capital reduction account. Yes. So, and our figures are in thousands of shillings. Are in thousands of shillings like that. Yes. So we have said as per the first journal entry, basically we said you need to go through all your journal entries, journal entry number 1 up to journal entry number 13 as you check what is affecting the capital reduction. Journal entry number 1, our capital reduction account is to be debited. Is to be debited with various items. So the first entry comes from the account called the trade receivables with an amount of 400. The other entry is in the inventories account with an amount of 800. The other entry is in machinery account with an amount of 800. And basically the other entry is in buildings account with an amount of how much? With an amount of 1,000. So that those particular amounts are basically what? Are debited in this account and then credited in the respective account. In the respective what? In the respective account. In the respective what? Account. Then we go to the journal entry number 2. We check whether the capital reduction account is affected. Yes, capital reduction account, you can see, it's supposed to be credited. The other entry. So this account we credit this. So the other entry is in equity share capital account with this particular amount, 15,000. Journal entry number 3 is the capital reduction account affected. Yes, capital reduction account is to be credited with 15. So the other entry is in bank. That also affects capital reduction. Does this affect the capital reduction? No. Journal entry number 5 is the capital reduction being affected. Yes, capital reduction account is to be credited. The debit entry is in the interest payable on debentures, which is 220. So then this journal entry capital reduction is not affected. Here capital reduction is to be debited. The other entry is this account is to be debited. The other entry is in 14% debentures with an amount of 200. I can do away with this basically. Yes, so then from there we have the other journal entry here. This one. So the capital reduction account will be actually credited with a total amount of 800 and basically 700. I think we can combine that here. So that will be a total of 1,500 to be credited. This account will be credited. The other entry is in the account called loans from directors with a total of 1,500. That plus that, which will give us 15. So then from there, journal entry number 9. So the capital reduction account is supposed to be credited with 1,500. So the other entry is in bank account. Journal entry number 10. Journal entry number 10 here. Capital reduction account is not affected. Journal entry number 11. Capital reduction is not affected. Journal entry number 12. Capital reduction is supposed to be debited. One of the entry is in goodwill account with an amount of 6,000. The other one is in patent and basically trademark 500. And then finally, journal entry number 13, capital reduction account will be debited with an amount of 58. So the other entry is in the account called what? The accumulated losses account. And basically we are done. So remember you say that this account should either automatically balance off, balance off, or we have a balancing figure on this side, which is called the capital reserves. The account should either balance off, or basically have a balancing figure on the debit side, which is known as the capital reserves. Yes, so can we do that? Can we determine whether our account is balancing, or basically we have what? We have a debit balance. That is basically what I'm getting on the credit. Yes, that is basically the figure I'm getting. Yes, so that is also what I'm getting from Ismail. Is that what you have? A balancing figure on the debit side? A balancing figure on the debit side, which is called what? The capital reserve. Is that what you have? Is that what you have? I hope that is what you have. I hope that is what you have. I hope that is what you're getting. Yes. Yes. So basically that is it. What we need to do is we basically move and prepare what is required in part B. what is required in part B? What is required in part B? What is required in part B? In part B, I think maybe first of all, I can give you a small breather, and then we come back having a lot of energy. We finish on what is remaining. So let's just take a small breather. We come back at 9:25. We continue. So a small breather, then we come back. Yes. So I want us to continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. I hope you're back. I hope you are back. Yes. So let's continue. I want us to go straight to preparing what is required in part B of the question. And basically, the examiner was requiring we prepare statements of financial position immediately after the internal reconstruction. Statement of financial position. This is as at 1st November 2021. 1st November 2021. So we just need to have a single column here, and we start with the non-current assets. So the non-current assets, we start with basically what you need to do when preparing this, you should be guided by the original statement of financial position. In the original statement of financial position, we have land, buildings, machinery, intangible assets. So number one, we know that land was not revalued. The value for land remained the same. Land was not revalued, and basically its value was 8,000. Then below that we have buildings. Buildings, we record the value which we have in note number one. Buildings. We have, someone is asking, we go back to the general entries. Let's first of all we finish this one. Then maybe I'll see. So buildings was basically valued as per note number one, and basically the value for buildings is 5,000. Is 5,000. 5,000. Yes. So then still in our statement of financial position, below buildings we have machinery. So basically machinery were valued as per note number one, and the value for machinery is basically 2,000. 2,000. So then below machinery, I've said we are using the original statement of financial position. So below machinery, what do we have? Intangible assets. We know investment was sold. Will it appear here? No. We know goodwill and basically patent and trademark were written off. They will not still appear here. So mean that all those particular intangible assets will not appear here. So then from there, we move and basically record the current assets. So for current assets, we start with, basically we have two current assets. Actually three current assets in our statement of financial position. We have the first one, which is inventories. Inventories were valued as per note number one to an amount of 64. We record inventory here at 64. Then also we have receivables. Receivables were valued as per note number one to a value to an amount of 36. Still in our statement of financial position, we have cash. Cash, this will not change. Because all the other amounts which were received by the company, we have assumed they were received through bank, or any payment which was made by the company, we have assumed it was made through bank. Automatically here, we will have to prepare the bank account and basically determine what is the bank balance, because there is automatically money which remains in the bank balance. And actually, instead of preparing the account, we can have that working here directly, because we know what was received, what was paid. So I think we just need to go through general interest number one. There was no any amount there was nothing affecting bank in general entry number one. General entry number two, there were those particular shares which were issued for cash. The shares which were issued for cash, they had a value of how much? Just go to the shares which were issued for cash and you give me that amount. We try to hurry up because of time. Was it 4,000? 4,000? Yes, 4,000. 4,000. So this is basically money received. So we will take all the money received as positive, any payment as a negative. So we have the amount which was received as per note number two. Note number three, no cash which was received. Note number four, we have the amount which was received from the issue of debentures, and that amount was 1,800. The amount received from the issue of debentures, is it 1,800? Yes, 1,800. Amount received from the issue of debentures, as per note number 4, please confirm. I can remember it was 1,800, the amount received from the issue of debentures. Then from there we have note number 6, the investment which was sold at 6 million. So this is the cash received, 6,000. Then we have note number 7, we have payment of an overdraft, that is minus. The overdraft was 3,000. The overdraft was 3,000. Then we also have note number 8, the payment to the creditors, that 180, which is still a negative. That 180 is a payment. Yes, I don't think we have anything else. That should give us the bank balance. The bank balance, I hope that is the figure I'm getting from Patrice, of 5620. Because the total amount received should be 10,000 plus 18, that is 11,800 minus 6180. Yes, so that one should give us what? Should give us 5620. Yes, I don't think we have any other asset here. And basically, we say no need of even getting these totals. We say these totals are not marked. So just move and you record equity. So for equity, we will also be guided by our original statement of financial position. So first of all, we have equity share capital. Equity share capital. We know this equity share capital will change. So the original share capital is basically 20. Instead of preparing the ledger account, let's just do the adjustment here. So then we go to the notes, and basically whatever is affecting share capital, we adjust it here. Ordinary share capital. So we have note number 1 is not affecting this. Note number 2, we have the amount of share capital which was written off. The share capital written off reduces this. I can remember was 15,000. This is the share capital written off. We deducted from 20,000. Then we also have the shares which were issued as per note number 1 in cash. And whatever we add here is the par value. Out of the shares which were issued for cash, the par value for those shares is 25. Is that the position? The amount credited in the share capital? For your case, you can check that from the journal entries. You can check that from the journal entries you have. You check what is affecting ordinary share capital. That's that? Yes. So if it is a debit, it is to deduct that amount here. If it is a credit, is to add. So then accounting it on actually number 2, we have an amount of 15,000 written off, and the shares which were issued at 25. Then note number 3, we have the shares which were issued. We add 2,000. So then journal entry number 4, do we have shares which were issued there? Yes, the shares which were issued in lieu of interest, and basically they were 2,200 times 2.5. Basically, which would give us 5. So we have the loan paid to the directors. Yes, we have the shares which were issued to the directors. The shares were 200 times 2.5, and I think that will also give us 500. I hope that is still correct. Yes, and then we have note number 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think we have any other transaction affecting ordinary share capital. What should be the final figure for the ordinary share capital? That should be 575, 45, 55. Is that the position? Yes. So this is the 5,000, 75, 95, 10,000, 10,500. 10,500. Yes. So then from there we have this capital reserve. This capital reserve, we have it here as a component of reserve, capital reserve, which is basically an amount of 4220 capital reserves. Then we still go back to our original balance sheet and we check what else to be included here. We have 10% preference shares. Those 10% preference shares, I hope you can remember, they were cancelled as per the information we have in note number 3. They were exchanged with 15% preference shares. So here we will have 15% preference shares, or basically 15% preference share capital. So the preference shares, as per note number 3, basically will be having a value of 6 million. a value of 6 million, value of 6 million, 15% preference shares. Yes. So then from there, we go back to our original balance sheet. We have debentures. I think those debentures, we can now classify them as non-current liabilities, So then from there, still at the original balance sheet, we have interest payable on debentures. Will that appear here automatically? No, because I hope you can remember that amount was paid. The loan from directors will not appear here. It was part of it was written off, part of it was cancelled. The accumulated losses still will not appear here. So all those items will not appear here. So then from there, we can move and basically we record non-current liabilities. Now, for the non-current liabilities, we will have debentures, but equally, you can also be able to recall those debentures, 12% debentures in our original balance sheet. As per note number 4, they were converted to 14% debentures. Now we have 14% debentures. So the value for 14% debentures, one, this 12% debentures, they were converted into 14% debentures. So what was the value of those 12% debentures? The value for 12% debentures is how much? Is basically 6,000. But also remember, as per note number 4, there were other debentures which were issued by the company having a value of 2,000. So in total, the 14% debentures will be having a value of 8,000. A value of 8,000. The ones which were issued in exchange of the old debentures and the ones which were issued for cash. Sasa, yes. So then from there, do we have any other non-current liability which will appear here? Any other non-current liability which will appear here? I don't think so. Finally, I think what we have now are the current liabilities. So in that statement of financial position which we have here, we have bank overdraft. Automatically, that will not appear here because it was paid. Then we have sundry payables. Sundry payables was supposed to be paid 51.80, but remember there was part of the amount which was paid to them as per note number 8. They were paid 31.80. So the amount which they were to be paid, or the balance was how much? Was 2,000. I think basically that's what we have. I don't think we have anything else. Yes. And automatically, once you balance out your statement of financial position, should balance, but no need of getting those totals. No need of getting the totals. What basically will be marked are these entries. These are the entries which are marked. These are the entries which will give you the marks. These entries there, not the totals there. These are the entries. The entries which are marked. Basically, the marks allocated there were 8. Now, I want us to finalize with the last part. Let's do the last part of the question. This is a very good question on internal reconstruction, a very good one, because you can see that it has so many entries, or basically so many items being tested in that particular question. So it's a very good question on internal reconstruction. So let's do the last part of the question. And basically what we are required to do is we prepare a statement showing how the anticipated profit will be distributed among the various providers of capital. In other terms, you can just refer to this as the distribution statement. Statement. So these are statements to show how the anticipated profit will be distributed among the shareholders. So I said the information which we have in note number 10 is what we're going to use in answering this part, together with some of the information which we have here. Can we go to note number 10? We see what we are told. We are told that it is estimated that under the new arrangement, the net profit before interest and tax will be 5 million shillings, 5 million per annum. There will be no tax liability relating to the company for the next 5 years. So basically, we are required to show how that profit will be distributed to the various providers of capital. So whatever you have there in note number 10 is basically profit before interest and tax. The profit before interest and what? And tax. How much is that? It is basically 5 million. 5 what? 5 million. So the first thing we need to do to this profit, because it is a profit before interest and tax, the first thing we need to less is the interest. Remember, this is the interest, or basically the finance cost. The interest or the finance cost to be paid to the providers of capital. So what we need to do is basically to go back to the balance sheet of our company, specifically under the non-current liabilities, and we see Who are the providers of the non-current liabilities? These are the providers, or these are the providers of capital who should be paid interest. So the company has got issued 14% debentures. So how much interest will be paid to these debenture holders? They'll be paid an interest or a finance cost equal to 14% times the value of those debentures, 8,000. 8,000. So this will give us how much? This will give us how much? This will give us an amount of 1120. So then from there, we will get the profit before tax. The profit before tax. So how much will be our profit before tax? 5,000 minus 1120. It will be 3880. 3880. So that is the profit before tax. Then what you're told in note number 10 is that this company will not pay tax in the next 5 years. So no tax will be paid. So meaning here, we don't have income. We don't have what? We don't have income tax expense. So the income tax expense will be nil. So meaning that the profit for the year, will be this, will be that amount. But basically what we know is that this profit for the year, and that is something we came across in the topic of EPS. So this is now what the company is in terms of paying dividends. This is what the company is in terms of paying what? Dividends. We also know that if a company has issued ordinary shares and basically the preference shares, the ordinary shares and preference shares, we know from what you did in company law that the preference shareholders should be paid dividends first. Is that what we know? That the preference shareholder should be paid dividends first before the ordinary shareholder. That's basically what we know. So therefore, what we need to do here is basically to raise the preference dividends. The preference dividend will be 15% of the amount of preference share capital, which is 6,000. 6,000. So that will give us a preference dividend of how much? Preference dividend of how much? 15% of 6,000. Yes, that will give us 900. 900. So we left it from that value. And we get an amount of what? We get an amount of 29.80. Now, this 29.80, remember, in the topic of earnings per share, we were referring to this as PATOS. This is now what you refer as the PATOS. This is the profit which is attributable. The profit attributable to whom? To ordinary shareholders. So this is the profit attributable to ordinary shareholders. So the company will use that to pay dividend to who? To the preference, not to the preference, rather to the ordinary shareholders. And basically that's what was required in Roman 2. Basically not Roman 2, but part C of the question, the distribution statement, to show how that particular anticipated profit will be what? Will be distributed out of
the recap. So we have said time value of money, it is that the fact that over time, the value of money changes. The value of money does not remain the same. And I'm saying, assuming here, now, that is year 0 today, and we have 10 years to come. 10 years to come. So we have 1 million shillings today here. Shillings 1 million. And here we have shillings 1 million. So we're saying the value of 1 million shillings today. This, it's like, if you remember what I said, assuming someone tells you that I give you 1 million shillings today, or you wait, I give you 2 million shillings after 10 years. I either give you 1 million shillings today, or you can wait, I give you 2 million shillings after 10 years. Which one is better? And we said, holding other factors constant, because there are other factors, that can influence your decision. Maybe you are going through a difficult time and you don't care what you're going to get after 10 years, but holding other factors constant, just look at the 1 million now and the 2 million after 10 years. You said you would rather go for the 1 million because this, it may be, if you determine what is the present value of 2 million shillings expected in future, because remember, this 1 million is in present value terms. This one is in present value. Present value means now. But this 2 million is in future value. This one is in future value. If an amount will be received in future, we say it is in future value form. If it's been received or paid today, we say it's in present value terms. So before you make your decision on whether to go for the 1 million or the 2 million, you're supposed to ascertain what is this 2 million in present value terms, because I'm being promised the 2 million in future value terms. But what is the present value of this 2 million in present value terms? That is, you bring it to present value terms. See, tumeanza kurecord. Oh, okay, yeah. So that was earlier. So what is this in present value terms? So when you ascertain the present value of these 2 million, that is bringing it in present value form, you may realize that it is 0.8 million. So if it is 0.8 million, you will say, I would rather go for the 1 million shillings today. Yeah, are we together? You would rather go for the 1 million shillings today, but you cannot compare 1 million and 2 million. Those two figures are not comparable because one is in present value terms, the other one is in future value terms. You cannot compare an amount in present value terms with an amount in future value terms. If you want to have a fair comparison, or if you want to form an even ground for comparison, you must either take this 1 million to future value or bring this 2 million to present value. And the most important thing, it is bringing, okay, either way can work. So, but you must compare the two amounts in same form, either in present value terms or in future value terms. And that is where now the concept of time value of money comes in, determining either the future value of an amount or the present value of an amount. Now, let's say something now about the time value of money. So time value of money, we've said here we have present value, and future value. So present value, we have that direction, and we have this direction. So this is to say, you can work from present value terms to future value, or you can work from future value to present value. When present value to future value, when we are doing present value to future value, We call it compounding. This one you must have done in mathematics, compounding. Compounding, it is determination of a future value from a present value. Determination of a future value from a present value. For example, in our example here, you have been given 1 million. You want to know, if I get this 1 million today, I'm going to invest. Remember, you're not just getting the 1 million and keeping it maybe under the bed. No, you'll get the 1 million and invest somewhere. If you invest, it will earn a return. So after 10 years, you will not just have 1 million, but you'll have 1 million plus a return. So we want to know this 1 million plus the return that you're going to earn, how much will it be after 10 years? That is determining the future value from a present value. And that is what we call in compounding. That is compounding. The other one, we are moving from future value to present. Like in this case, you're being given 2 million shillings after 10 years. But you want to know what is the worth? What is the worth of 2 million shillings 10 years to come? What is the present value of this amount? So you go backwards. Working from future value to present value, we call it discounting. Discounting. This is discounting. Discounting is determination of a present value from a future value. Determination of a present value from a future value. And I've said, when you are given an amount in present value terms and another amount in future value terms, and you're supposed to compare the two, you cannot compare when they are not in the same form. You're supposed either to convert them to present value or to future value and make a decision or make a conclusion. That is all about time value of money. So let's see what we have in the handout. There is a handout I've just shared. There is a handout I've just shared in the WhatsApp group. Kindly check. Kindly check. Have you seen that handout? I shared just a few minutes before the class. I want us to look at it. In case you have a question, you can ask before we proceed. In case you have a question, kindly ask. Okay, fine. Let's. I want to believe you've seen the handout. It's important to respond. Kindly respond if you've seen the handout. Okay, fine. Let's continue. Thank you, Alice and Akin, Alan as well. So up there, you can see the introduction, concepts of time value of money, introduction. A shilling today is worth more than a shilling tomorrow. All what I've explained is what you can find there. Future value techniques. Future value techniques, you can see there we have future value. That is what I've explained. An amount that will be paid or received in future, we call it a future value. Then we have present value techniques. Present value, I've said, is an amount today. As an amount today, present value. Compounding techniques, but I'm not saying you are going to make sure you go through this, the theory part, at your own free time. But this is what I've just summarized. There is no need of repeating. I just want us to walk through. Compounding techniques. Compounding techniques, we've said, okay, this is what we did in mathematics. Simple interest and compound interest. So again, that is not important, so much important. I just want us to look at the, but let's, yeah, we are under compounding techniques. Here we've talked about two concepts, the concept of compounding, the concept of discounting. So I want us to start with compounding. That is compounding techniques. That's the reason why they are saying compounding techniques. Compounding techniques. So we start with the compounding techniques, number 1. Determination of a future value from a present value. Compounding techniques. Compounding techniques. Now, we start with future value of a lump sum. Okay, in here, we will not focus too much on the illustrations that we have there in the handout. I want you to make short notes. I want you to make short notes as we continue. I have some handwritten notes here that I want to share with you. So, just write concepts of compounding, or compounding techniques, and we start with the first one: future value of a lump sum. 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 Alan? Okay, I will share. But the handout is more summarized. So, we start with future value of a lump sum. Now, when you talk about, the most important thing here to understand is what is a lump sum? What is a lump sum? A lump sum, this is an amount that is received or paid once. An amount that is received or paid once is what we call a lump sum. For example, let's say if you pay or receive 2 million shillings today, that is a lump sum. Or if you invest, let me show you. Let's first understand. We have two things here. We have a lump sum. We have a lump sum. And we have an annuity. And an annuity. So here, let's say we have periods. We have period 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have amounts. Let's start with lump sums. Lump sum amounts. Lump sum. Let's say in year 1, the amount is 300,000. In year 2, it's 550,000, 600,000, and 700,000. These are what we call, all these are lump sums. Okay, let's have annuities. Annuity amounts. These are like installments. They are equal 400,000, 400,000, 400,000, 400,000. So annuities, they are equal amounts received or paid regularly. Equal amounts received or paid regularly. And we say, when we say regularly, we are saying it's either monthly, weekly, semi-annually, yearly, quarterly. That means like every month you're paying or receiving 400,000. That is an annuity. Or each year you're paying or receiving 400,000. That is an annuity. Equal amounts received or paid regularly. Lump sum amounts. Lump sum amounts, you're saying this is an amount which is received or paid once. They do not repeat themselves. For example, in year 1, you'll receive 300,000. In year 2, you're getting 550 or paying or 550. Year 3, 600. Year 4, 700. Maybe let's say year 5, 300,000. You cannot say that since 300,000 is appearing twice, that it is an annuity. No, it is not an annuity because it has not been received regularly. You've received 300,000 after some other cash flows have been received here. Are we together? So all these are lump sums. All these are lump sums. However, if, for example, if you get 300,000 here and 300,000 here, we have two 300,000 that follow each other, this one and this one. This one will be referred to as an annuity. This is an annuity. Year 1 and year 2, or period 1 and period 2, we have an annuity of 300,000 because they follow each other. Yeah? But if the 300,000 occurs after, let's say, for example, here we have 700,000 and here we have 300,000. So in year 1 and year 3, we have 300,000. These are not annuities, they are lump sums because in between them, there is a figure that is different from them. I want to believe that is very clear. That is clear. A lump sum and an annuity. This is a concept that we are going to use a lot in financial management. And that is why I want you to be able to differentiate lump sums and annuities. Again, so this was 6. Let's say this was what? This was 500. Let's say now, yeah, 300,000 there. 300, yeah, let's say 300,000 here. So in year 4 and year 5, the 300,000 becomes an annuity because they follow each other. We have two 300,000s that follow one another. So they are annuities. So I want to believe that is clear. That's okay? Okay, fine, let's proceed. So we now looking at future value of a lump sum, future value of this kind of cash flows, future value of this kind of cash flows. So when you want to determine the future value of a lump sum, future value of a lump sum, future FV, its future value of a lump sum is equals to present value, or let's say principal, what you are used to, principal times 1 plus R power n. Principal times 1 plus R power n. And this is what we call present value. Present value. This principal figure here is what we call present value. Let's see. Let's see what we have in the handout there. Check what we have there. Where are we? Where are we? Future value of a future value of a lump sum should be there. If you look at the handout, you'll see using tables to find future. No. Equation for finding future values of a single amount is derived as follows. How it is derived is not so much important to us. The most important thing is this. Yeah, this is how we get the future value of a lump sum. Future value of a lump sum is equals to principal into brackets present value times 1 plus R power n. This factor here, this factor 1 plus R power n is called what? Future value is called future value interest factor. This one is called future value interest factor. Future value interest factor. That factor is called future value interest factor. This one is very important. 1 plus R into bracket power n. So here we can say where FV is future value, R is the discounting, or not discounting rate, but rate of return. It's important for you to write this formula. Just write this, just write that. Rate of return is like the interest rate. Rate of return is like the interest rate. Yeah. Do we have an example there? So the example, yeah, there should be an example somewhere. Yeah, there is an example there. Look at that example. They're saying, assume that you've just invested Kenya shillings 100,000. The investment is expected to earn interest at a rate of 20% compounded annually. Determine the future value of the investment after 3 years. So, okay. Let's look at that. We are doing that illustration, that example. We're saying, assume that you have invested shillings 100,000. That is the present value. That is the principal. The principal amount, which is present value amount, is Kenya shillings 100,000. 100,000. Then the investment is expected to earn interest at the rate of R is 20% per annum. This per annum is very important. Okay, it is not given. They have not said per annum, but we say when you get a rate of return where the period, whether the per annum, per month, semi-annually is not stated, the standard measure is per annum. So unless it is specified like semi-annually or what, you should take it as per annum rate. So per annum is 20%, compounded annually. Determine the future value of the investment after 3 years. N, we should have said N here. N is equals to number of periods. Number of periods. Kindly have that. Number of periods. Number of periods. Make sure you write that. So here, our period is 3 years. We are investing for 3 years. So future value, we are saying, is equals to present value 1 plus R power N. So future value is equals to 100,000 times 1 plus 0.2 power 3. Power 3. So get the value of the investment after 3 years. Value of the investment after 3 years is how much are you getting? There are people, no, but you must be knowing how to put this power 3 in calculators. Anyone who doesn't know, you will be assisted. Now, for example, we have two answers here. We have 172,800 and we have 106,120. Alice, I'm doubting your answer. At a rate of 20%, even in the first year, we are going to earn 20,000. Because first year one, we will say 20% times this. Times 100,000, that is 20. That means it's more than 106,000. So 178, probably 172,800. 172,800. At least repeat your calculation. Okay, yeah, 172,800. That is what you're supposed to do. Another method of getting this. Another method of getting this is OR. So here you say OR, a very long method. You'll say period here, period 1, 2, and 3. Amount, let's say 100,000. No, will that give us? No. No, that is the only way. Okay, the other method is where we say but this one is very long. Eh? Where you say here it's 1 plus 0.2. The figure that you'll get here, you bring it here. Then you continue, but that will not apply in this case because we are only investing 1. So you can continue, you grow by that rate, So just stick to this. Eh? Just stick to this. Any question before we continue? We want to proceed. Okay, number 2, future value of an annuity. Future value of an annuity. Future value of an annuity. Future value of an annuity, and you've seen how we get the future. I've explained what's an annuity. Future value of annuity. Future value of annuity. Now, a future value of an annuity, just like we've said, you get the annuity. It's an annuity when the amount occurs repetitively, but regularly. So future value of an annuity is computed as follows. Without wasting a lot of time, future value of annuity is equals to the annuity. You get the annuity amount times annuity amount times. So we have the future value annuity factor. The future value annuity factor, you say 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R. That's how we get the future value of an annuity. 1 plus R, and write these formulas because the way they are in the handout. Okay, they are very much simplified in the handout. Just write what I'm writing on the board. Yeah, it's there, but write. Future value of an annuity is equals to annuity times 1 plus R into brackets power n minus 1 over R. This factor here, the factor 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R is called future value interest factor of an annuity. Future value interest factor of an annuity. What have they said there? Future value interest factor of an annuity. Future value interest factor of an annuity. This one. Now, we have tables. We have tables where these factors can be read from. Like you remember what table do we have? We have math table. Do you people know what's a math table? Or maybe what we call what? Normal curve, normal distribution curve. We have tables. We have tables where you can read these factors. When we go to discounting, I'm going to share the tables so that we can see. But for future values, the tables for compounding, it's not widely used in financial management. So just get these formulas right. Yeah. So any question here? There is nothing to explain. We know R is the rate of return or the interest rate. N, it's the number of periods. So there is nothing to explain. Let's go to what? Let's have an illustration. Do you have an illustration there? From the above example, there is a statement that says no. No, we have an example. What is the value of shillings 100,000 investment annually at the beginning of each of the next 5 years at an interest of 12%? Are you there? Have you seen that example? And finding future value of an annuity. Oh, that's due. Sorry. What is the value of 100,000 investment annually at the beginning? That's an annuity due. We are coming to that. I want us to have an illustration on the illustration on future value of an annuity. Okay, let's say from the above example, there is a part that is missing here. There is a part that is missing, but all in all, let's just write an example there. Just write something. Just write an example, an illustration. Say an investor intends to invest. An investor intends to invest shilling 60,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. An investor intends to invest shilling 60,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. At the end of each year for 4 years. Full stop and say, the investment will earn interest. The investment will earn interest at a rate of 20%. The investment will earn interest at a rate of 20%, compounded annually. The investment will earn interest at a rate of 20%, compounded annually. Compounded annually. Full stop. Determine the future value. Determine the future value of the investment. Determine the future value of the investment after 4 years. Determine the future value of the investment after 4 years. Determine the future value of the investment after 4 years. After 4 years. Now, future value of the investment. Now we start. This is how you should be approaching these questions. You first analyze the question. For example, here we are saying amount to invest is 60,000 at the end of each year. So annuity. We say annuity. Shillings 60,000. Annuity shilling 60,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. Period is 4 years. 4 years. Then the investment will earn interest at a rate of 20%. So 20% per annum. So we want the value of the investment after 4 years. So future value of annuity is equals to the annuity times 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R. So here you say 60,000 times 1 plus 0.2 power 4 power 4 minus 1 over 0.2. So get the value of the investment after 4 years. Then I show you another way of doing it. Get the answer, get the answer. Get the answer. $322,080. $322,080. Another person. $322,080. Another person. Alice, okay, that's fine. Now, there is another way of doing this question. So this is now, you say period, period, 1, 2, 3, 4. Annuity or amount. Remember, this person is investing 60,000 at the end. Yeah, at the end of each period. 60. 60. 60. 60. At the end of each period, this person is investing 60. So here you say 1 plus R power n. If we want to treat each amount as a lump sum, then here we will have future value. Future value. So here we will have 1 plus R. 1 plus R. This is 0.2. 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. So before that, we know we've not put n. That is what I want to illustrate here. That is what I want to illustrate here. So we are 0. We always start at 0. 0 means now 1, 2, 3, 4. We're talking about 4 years, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. So here we have at the end. We are investing at the end. So at the end of the first year, 0, 60, 60, 60, 60. I want us to put n. So this 60 that you've invested at the end of year 1, how many times will it earn interest? The 60 that you invested at the end of year 1, how many times will it have earned interest at the end of year 4? It is here. 1, 2, 3. We have invested 60 here, so it will earn a return here, a return here, and a return here. So you say power 3. That is power 3. Then the other 60 at the end of year 2 here, it will earn interest here and here. So you say power 2. The 60 that you invest at the end of year 3, it will earn interest once. So you say power 1. And the last one, the 60 that you are investing at the end of year 4, it will have earned no return. So you say power 0. So multiply and get the total. If you multiply and get the total, we should be getting the same answer as this. We should be getting the same answer as this. So the reason why I just want you to get the concept, the concept here of power what, power what, power what. So 103,680 must be the first one. 103,680. 103,680. 86,400. 72,000. and 60,000. So get the total. Get the total. $322,088. Yeah. So almost the same as what we have here, just because of rounding off, that's where there are differences. So is that okay? Let's proceed. Let's do the next one, then we go for a break. The other one is future value of an annuity due. Future value of an annuity due. Let's wrap this. Future value of an annuity due. Now, what we have talked about here, it is an annuity that occurs at the end of the period. So here we had 60. If an annuity occurs at the end of the period, like in this case, that is what we've done in part B. But now we have what we call, okay, fine, Alice, 080, okay, fine. So future value of an annuity, this is when the amount is invested or paid at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the year. For example, if our 60 here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If the investment is done at the beginning of the year, for example, here 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, we call it 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not there. We call it an annuity due. So an annuity due is an amount that is invested or paid at the beginning of the period. And this will change because now, like here we had said this is power 3 because we counted here 1, 2, and 3. But if it's an annuity due, we will now have 1, 2, 3, 4 because we are going up to the end of year 4. Because we are going up to the end of year 4. So the amount that we invested at the beginning of year 1 here will earn interest 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. The amount that you invested at the end of year 1 will earn interest 1, 2, 3. This will earn 1, 2, and this will earn 1. So the entire thing will change there. But now, how about when we are using the formula? When we are using the formula, this is how we get the future value of an annuity due. So here we say future value of annuity due is equals to annuity times 1 plus r power n minus 1 over r. Then we add another factor here, 1 plus r. 1 plus r. 1 plus r. One plus r power n minus 1 over r times 1 plus r. So this is now what caters for the element of investing at the beginning of the period. So you can write that. And then we have an illustration. So back to the handout, there is an illustration. Finding value of an annuity due. We have an illustration for that. If you can check in the handout, they are saying, assuming the above example, the investment is made at the beginning of the year rather than at the end. So example, what is the value of shillings 100,000 investment annually at the beginning of each of the next 5 years at an interest rate of 12%? So let's do that. So we're saying, what is the value of shillings 100,000? So annuity, the annuity is 100,000. What is the value of shillings 100,000 investment annually at the beginning of each of the next 5 years? The period is 5 years. Interest is 12% per annum, and it's at the beginning. So future value of annuity due is equals to the annuity. And you need to be writing these formulas every now and then. Every time you're doing a question, kindly write the formula. Even if you know the formula, just write it. So annuity times 1 plus r power n minus 1 over r times 1 plus r. So annuity is 100,000 times 1 plus 0.12 power 5 minus 1 over 0.12, then times 1 plus 0.12. So get the value. Then you are going to use this method to see. So how much are you getting? 711,518.9. 711,518.9. Now, using this method, we will have this. We will have here 0 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And remember, the reason why we are starting at 0, you must count 12. Oh, someone else is getting 424, eh? 711, 424. Okay. Another person? A third person? Okay, let's continue as we wait. So, 513, 518, around that range. Now, so I'm saying we start at 0 because we must count 518. Eh? Okay, fine. Let's go with 518. We must count 12 months before we call it a year. So we are saying we are investing 100,000 at the beginning of each year. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Remember, the end of year 1 is the beginning of year 2. So this 100,000 here we are investing at the beginning of year 2, which is the end of year 1. So we are saying this first 100,000 that was invested at the beginning of year 1, how many times will it earn interest in a period of 5 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you say power 5. The other one is power 4, power 3, power 2, and power 1. The last one that we are investing at the beginning of year 5, it will also earn interest during year 5. So at the end of year 5, it will have earned once. That is why we're saying power 1. If you do the future value here, you're supposed to get almost the same answer as what you're getting here. So just check whether you're getting the same. One 76 to 34 point you can, okay, in this case you can round off. In this case you can round off to whole numbers. You can round off to whole numbers. In this case, there are situations whereby the decimal points will be required. So let's round off to whole numbers. The first one then should be 176 to 34, 157, 352, 157, 352, 144, 93, 144, 93, 125 for 40, 125 for 40, and 112,000. So get the sum. $711, $519. $711, $519. Now, the reason why we are doing these two methods, this is very short. This is like a shortcut. But we are doing this method so that you can get the concept. Because there are questions that will tell you that the amounts were invested at the beginning, the amounts were invested at the end of the period, this and this was happening. So this one is very important. Kindly get the concept. Then after the break, we will look at discounting techniques. Discounting techniques. After the break, discounting techniques. Discounting techniques. So let's have a break of like 5 minutes. And as we've said, discounting is this determination of present value from a future amount. Determination of present value from a future amount is what we call discounting. Or rather, yeah, discounting. So we start with the first one. Present value of a lump sum. Present value of a lump sum. Present value of a lump sum is the first one. A lump sum, still the same thing as we've said, an amount that is paid or received once is what we call a lump sum. So how do we get the present value of a lump sum? Present value just say PV, present value of a lump sum is equals to future value times 1 plus R power negative n. 1 plus R power negative n. So look at this factor now. Under compounding, we were saying power n, positive n, because we were moving forward. But now, under discounting, we are saying negative, because we are moving backwards. So get the difference. Present value for lump sum is equals to future value times 1 plus R power negative n. So where this is future value, R is we said is the required rate of return. N is the number of periods, as usual, number of periods. Now this factor, the factor 1 plus R power negative n, the factor 1 plus R power negative n, we call it present value interest factor. This one, we call it present value interest factor. Present value interest factor. In this one, we can read from the tables. So present value interest factor, which is indicated as this present value interest factor, R percent power n. Present value interest factor, R% power n. So let me share with you the present value interest factor tables. The present value interest factor tables. Just check on your WhatsApp. Check on WhatsApp. Check in the WhatsApp group, I mean. I'm sharing the present value interest factors table, present value interest factor tables that we use for discounting. Present value interest factor tables that we use for discounting. I have shared. Once you receive it, kindly let me know. Once you receive it, kindly let me know. I want to show you how we read. Oh, okay, but that one we're going to do in an illustration. We're going to do in an illustration. So what do you need to add here? Nothing. Nothing. So when we are using tables, we say present value of a lump sum with tables. We say present value of a lump sum is equals to future value times present value interest factor R% power n. So this factor here, this is R, this is R, this is R% power n. Present value for lump sum is equal to future value times present value interest factor R% power. Because this factor should give us same figure as we have here. So let's have an example. I want to believe we have an example there. Let's go to discounting. Skip issues to do with quarterly discounting and semi-annually discounting. Let us go to discounting techniques. Discounting techniques, and we have an example there. We have an example there. Example says, assume you were to receive shillings 172,800 3 years from now on an investment, and the required rate of return is 20%. What amount would you receive today to be indifferent? So we are saying, assume you were to receive shillings 172,800 3 years from now on an investment, and the required rate of return is 20%. What amount would you receive today to be indifferent using, that is, using present value? Okay, ignore that. Just ignore that. So here we have been given the future value. We've been given the future value. So here we're saying future value, it is the amount that you will receive in future. 172,800. Assume you are to receive 172,800 3 years from now, and 3 years. And the rate of interest is 20%. 20% per annum. So here we will say present value is equals to future value 1 plus R power negative n. Power negative n. So present value is equals to 172,800 times 1 plus 0.2 power negative 3 power negative 3. In short, how much are you supposed to invest today to earn to get 172,800 after 3 years at an interest rate of 20% per annum? Again, you say 100,000. 100,000, okay. 100,000. And or present value is equals to future value times present value interest factor R% power n. So this one you write 172,800 times present value interest factor 20% power 5. 20% power 5. So 172,800. So this factor now, we are going to read it from the tables. We are going to read that factor from the table that I've just shared. From the table that I've just shared, let's go there. From the table. Are you there? Kindly confirm. Confirm we're together. Oh, it's power 3, sorry. Power 3, power 3. Power 3. Thank you for your correction. I want to believe you have the table that I've shared. Now, in that table, in that paper, there are two tables. We have upper one and the lower one. And you can see some formulas written above there. So you can see the first one, they have written present value interest factor, present value of received at the end of periods, end periods. And we have the other one down there, present value of an annuity of 1 per period for n periods. So the upper table is for lump sums. The upper table is for lump sums. The lower table is for annuities. The lower table is for annuities. Now we are talking about lump sums. We are looking at the present value for lump sum. So you will go to, if you look at the upper row, in table 1, the upper row, we have percentages. The upper row, the first row, if I can say, we have percentages. And in the first column, we have periods. We have periods. So like, for example, we have periods upper. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have these percentages, 1%, 2%, 3%, all the way to 20%. We want 20%. So now, in our case, we are interested in 20% at period 3. 20% at period 3. So you go to period 3 and move up to 20%. You read the factor that is there. Just like we were doing in multiplication tables. Just like we were doing in multiplication tables, that is what you are doing. You go to the period, then go to the percentage. Or you go to the percentage, you drop up to the period that is required in the question. So read the factor that is there. At 20%, period 3. 20% at period 3, you're getting. Write the factor there, 0.5787. 5787. 0.5787. 0.5787. Then you multiply now. 0.5787. 5787. So then you multiply by this factor, but not factor, but amount. How much are you getting? 99.99.36. That is just like 100,000. You can see these factors are rounded off to 4 decimal places. So, but that is what you're supposed to do. That is what we are supposed to do. Any question? Any question? Okay, fine. If no question, we proceed. Present value No, yeah, present value of an annuity. Present value of an annuity. Present value of an annuity. We have seen what an annuity is. Present value of an annuity. Present value of an annuity. And the present value of an annuity, we say present value of annuity is equals to the annuity times 1 minus 1 plus r power negative n over r. So have that. Present value of an annuity is equals to the annuity times 1 minus 1 plus r power negative n over r. Then we are saying this factor, the factor 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus r power negative n over r is called present value interest factor of an annuity r% power n. Present value interest factor of an annuity r% power n. Thus, present value of an annuity is equals to the annuity times present value interest factor annuity r% power n. R% power n. I can't find 0.5787. Catherine, let's go back to that table. Let's go back to that table. The upper table, 5787. We are using the upper table, Catherine. Are you there? Kindly confirm you're there, Catherine. Go to 20% under column, under row 1, the top row, go to 20%. After reaching 20%, go down to row 3. Not 3, but count 1, 2, 3. At 20%, you should go up to 0.5787. You'll see, yeah, that's how we read this thing. So for the annuities, this is how we, and you should be able to compute this. You should be able to use this. Remember, this formula here, this formula that you're seeing here, this one, it gives us the same figure as what we have in the tables, rounded off to 4 decimal places. You round this to 4 decimal places, you're supposed to be getting the same figure. So nothing different. So let's see an illustration. An illustration present value of an annuity. Yeah, we have an illustration and a present value of an annuity. An illustration and a present value of an annuity. And they're saying, assume that a project will give you shillings 1,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. What is the maximum amount would you be willing to pay For that project, if the required rate of return is 10%. So let's do that. Now, when you are ever told to determine the maximum price to pay, and I saw that kind of a question in the last sitting paper. Every time you are ever told to determine the maximum price to pay, the maximum price to pay for an asset or for anything must be equal to the present value of the expected benefits. Must be equal to the present value of the expected benefits. Maybe we can have a look at, do you have your past papers? Let's look at the past papers. Just open your past papers. I show you that question. Past papers. It must have been question 2 or 3. Open your past papers. The August 2025 paper. The August 2025 paper. August 2025 paper. Which question? Question 4A. Not sorry, not that one. Now, yeah, question 4B. Question 4B. Question 4B. If you're there, you will see that required is advise an investor interested in Mara Limited on the maximum price to pay per share. So maximum price to pay, we say maximum price to pay is equals to present value of all expected benefits or cash flows. Benefits or cash flows. So if it's a share, to get the maximum price to pay for a share, it is the present value of all expected dividends from that share. If it is an asset, like for example, you want to buy a motor vehicle for commercial purposes, the maximum price that you're supposed to pay for that motor vehicle, it is the present value of all what you're expecting to earn from it. So that is what this question says. So back to the question. So what I'm trying to say is that some of these things you don't need to forget. Like I'm sure this is something that I repeated a number of times last semester. And you see it came in the exam. So maximum price to pay, kindly note, because it's a concept that will keep on applying. Back to our illustration. So they're saying, assume that a project will give you shillings 1,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. Annuity is shillings 1,000. Number of periods is 4 years. 4 years. And they're saying, what is the maximum amount would you be willing to pay for that project if the required rate of return is 10? R is 10. R is 10%. So maximum price to pay, this is present value of annuity. This is the present value of our annuity. So present value of an annuity, is equals to the annuity times 1 minus 1 plus R power N over R. So our annuity here is 1,000 times 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus 0.1 power negative 4 over 0.1. So shillings Get the figure. How much are you getting? That 169.87. That 169.87. Another person. That 169.87. Another person. That 169.87. We are waiting for another answer. Someone else kindly. Okay, let's assume that is the correct answer. Therefore, present value of annuity is equals to annuity times present value interest factor annuity r percent power n. So here 1,000 times present value interest factor annuity 10% at period 4. 10% at period 4. So 1,000 times. So now let's go back to the tables. Let's go back to the tables. So thank you, Tambua. Back to the table. We are using the lower table now. We are using the lower table now because this is an annuity. Go to 10%, drop up to period 4. Go to 10%, drop up to period 4. 10% you up to period 4, we have 3.1699. Oh no, just give me the factor. 10% at period 4 in the lower table. So I'm saying 3.1699. 3.1699. So you can see we are getting the same thing. That 169.9. That 169.9. I want to believe you've all been able to read the table. Yeah? Okay, fine. Next, we look at present value of annuity due. That is next time. We'll pick from that point next time. Number 3, present value of annuity due. Present value of annuity due. I believe we'll be able to look at all the factors, then we proceed to something else. Now, as I said, this is very important. Make sure, and that is why I don't want to rush. I do not want to rush because this concept is very important. If you get it at this point, you will have no problem going forward. You'll be very much okay. So make sure you repeat these concepts, do the illustrations that you've done. In case of any question, you will ask. Any question for now? Any question before we close? Any comment before we close? Yes? Okay, fine. If no question, we are going to close at that point. See you on Saturday. See you on Saturday. And enjoy, or rather have a good night. Have a good night. check whether start a class is to ensure we are recording. So now we have missed something, but no problem. So we are saying, so maybe just a recap. So we have said time value of money, it is that the fact that over time, the value of money changes. The value of money does not remain the same. And I'm saying, assuming here, now, that is year 0 today, and we have 10 years to come. 10 years to come. So we have 1 million shillings today here. Shillings 1 million. And here we have shillings 1 million. So we're saying the value of 1 million shillings today. This, it's like, if you remember what I said, assuming someone tells you that I give you 1 million shillings today, or you wait, I give you 2 million shillings after 10 years. I either give you 1 million shillings today, or you can wait, I give you 2 million shillings after 10 years. Which one is better? And we said, holding other factors constant, because there are other factors that can influence your decision. Maybe you are going through a difficult time and you don't care what you're going to get after 10 years, but holding other factors constant, just look at the 1 million now and the 2 million after 10 years. You said you would rather go for the 1 million, because this, it may be, maybe if you determine what is the present value of 2 million shillings expected in future, because remember, this 1 million is in present value terms. This one is in present value. Present value means now. But this 2 million is in future value. This one is in future value. If an amount was be received in future, we say it is in future value form. If it's been received or paid today, we say it's in present value terms. So before you make your decision on whether to go for the 1 million or the 2 million, you're supposed to ascertain what is this 2 million in present value terms, because I'm being promised the 2 million in future value terms. But what is the present value of this 2 million in present value terms? That is, you bring it to present value terms. See, tumeanza kurecord. Oh, okay, yeah. So that was earlier. So what is this in present value terms? So when you ascertain the present value of these 2 million, that is bringing it in present value form, you may realize that it is 0.8 million. So if it is 0.8 million, you will say, I would rather go for the 1 million shillings today. Yeah, are we together? You would rather go for the 1 million shillings today, but you cannot compare 1 million and 2 million. Those two figures are not comparable, because one is in present value terms, the other one is in future value terms. You cannot compare an amount in present value terms with an amount in future value terms. If you want to have a fair comparison, or if you want to form an even ground for comparison, you must either take this 1 million to future value, or bring this 2 million to present value. And the most important thing, it is bringing, okay, either way can work. So, but you must compare the two amounts in same form, either in present value terms or in future value terms. And that is where now the concept of time value of money comes in, determining either the future value of an amount or the present value of an amount. Now, let's say something now about the time value of money. So time value of money, we've said here we have present value, and future value. So present value, we have that direction, and we have this direction. So this is to say, You can work from present value terms to future value, or you can work from future value to present value. When present value to future value, when we are doing present value to future value, we call it compounding. This one you must have done in mathematics, compounding. Compounding, it is determination of a future value from a present value. Determination of a future value from a present value. For example, in our example here, you have been given 1 million. You want to know, if I get this 1 million today, I'm going to invest. Remember, you're not just getting the 1 million and keeping it maybe under the bed. No, you'll get the 1 million and invest somewhere. If you invest, it will earn a return. So after 10 years, you will not just have 1 million, but you'll have 1 million plus a return. So we want to know this 1 million plus the return that you're going to earn, how much will it be after 10 years? That is determining the future value from a present value. And that is what we call in compounding. That is compounding. The other one, we are moving from future value to present. Like in this case, you're being given 2 million shillings after 10 years. But we want to know what is the worth. What is the worth of 2 million shillings 10 years to come? What is the present value of this amount? So you go backwards. Working from future value to present value, we call it discounting. Discounting. This is discounting. Discounting is determination of a present value from a future value. Determination of a present value from a future value. And I've said, when you are given an amount in present value terms and another amount in future value terms, and you're supposed to compare the two, you cannot compare when they are not in the same form. You're supposed either to convert them to present value or to future value and make a decision or make a conclusion. That is all about time value of money. So let's see what we have in the handout. There is a handout I've just shared. There is a handout I've just shared in the WhatsApp group. Kindly check. Kindly check. Have you seen that handout? I shared just a few minutes before the class. I want us to look at it. In case you have a question, you can ask before we proceed. In case you have a question, kindly ask. Okay, fine. Let's. I want to believe you've seen the handout. It's important to respond. Kindly respond if you've seen the handout. Okay, fine. Let's continue. Thank you, Alice and Akin, Alan as well. So up there, you can see the introduction, concepts of time value of money. Introduction. A shilling today is worth more than a shilling tomorrow. All what I've explained is what you can find there. Future value techniques. Future value techniques, you can see there we have future value. That is what I've explained. An amount that will be paid or received in future, we call it a future value. Then we have present value techniques. Present value, I've said, is an amount today. As an amount today, present value. Compounding techniques, but I'm not saying you are going to make sure you go through this, the theory part, at your own free time. But this is what I've just summarized. There is no need of repeating. I just want us to walk through. Compounding techniques. Compounding techniques, we've said, okay, this is what we did in mathematics. Simple interest and compound interest. So again, that is not important, so much important. I just want us to look at the, but let's, yeah, we are under compounding techniques. Here we've talked about two concepts, the concept of compounding, the concept of discounting. So I want us to start with compounding. That is compounding techniques. That's the reason why there they are saying compounding techniques. compounding techniques. So we start with the compounding techniques number 1. Determination of a future value from a present value. Compounding techniques. Compounding techniques. Now, we start with future value of a lump sum. Okay, in here, we will not focus too much on the illustrations that we have there in the handout. I want you to make short notes. I want you to make short notes as we continue. I have some handwritten notes here that I want to share with you. So just write concepts of compounding, or compounding techniques, and we start with the first one: future value of a lump sum. 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 Alan? Okay, I will share. But the handout is more summarized. So we start with future value of a lump sum. Now, when you talk about, the most important thing here to understand is what is a lump sum? What is a lump sum? A lump sum, this is an amount that is received or paid once. An amount that is received or paid once is what we call a lump sum. For example, let's say if you pay or receive 2 million shillings today, that is a lump sum. Or if you invest, let me show you. Let's first understand. We have two things here. We have a lump sum. We have a lump sum, and we have an annuity. And an annuity. So here, let's say we have periods. We have period 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have amounts. Let's start with lump sums. Lump sum amounts. Lump sum. Let's say in year 1, the amount is 300,000. In year 2, it's 550,000, 600,000, and 700,000. These are what we call, all these are lump sums. Okay, let's have annuities. Annuity amounts. These are like installments. They are equal: 400,000, 400,000, 400,000, 400,000. So annuities, they are equal amounts received or paid regularly. Equal amounts received or paid regularly. And we say, when we say regularly, we are saying it's either monthly, weekly, semi-annually, yearly, quarterly. That means like every month you are paying or receiving 400,000. That is an annuity. Or each year you are paying or receiving 400,000. That is an annuity. Equal amounts received or paid regularly. Lump sum amounts. Lump sum amounts, you're saying this is an amount which is received or paid once. They do not repeat themselves. For example, in year 1, you'll receive 300,000. In year 2, you're getting 550 or paying or 550. Year 3, 600. Year 4, 700. Maybe let's say year 5, 300,000. You cannot say that since 300,000 is appearing twice, that it is an annuity. No, it is not an annuity because it has not been received regularly. You've received 300,000 after some other cash flows have been received here. Are we together? So all these are lump sums. All these are lump sums. However, if, for example, if you get 300,000 here and 300,000 here, we have two 300,000 that follow each other, this one and this one. This one will be referred to as an annuity. This is an annuity. Year 1 and year 2, or period 1 and period 2, we have an annuity of 300,000 because they follow each other. Yeah. But if the 300,000 occurs after, let's say, for example, here we have 700,000 and here we have 300,000. So in year 1 and year 3, we have 300,000. These are not annuities, they are lump sums because in between them, there is a figure that is different from them. I want to believe that is very clear. That is clear, a lump sum and an annuity. This is a concept that we are going to use a lot in financial management. And that is why I want you to be able to differentiate lump sums and annuities. Again, so this was 6. Let's say this was what? This was 500. Let's say now, yeah, 300,000 there. 300, yeah, let's say 300,000 here. So in year 4 and year 5, the 300,000 becomes an annuity because they follow each other. We have two 300,000s that follow one another. So they are annuities. So I want to believe that is clear. That's okay? Okay, fine, let's proceed. So we now looking at future value of a lump sum, future value of this kind of cash flows, future value of this kind of cash flows. So when you want to determine the future value of a lump sum, future value of a lump sum, future FV, its future value of a lump sum is equals to present value, or let's say principal, what you are used to, principal times 1 plus R power n. Principal times 1 plus R power n. And this is what you call present value. Present value. This principal figure here is what we call present value. Let's see. Let's see what we have in the handout there. Check what we have there. Where are we? Where are we? Future value of future value of a lump sum should be there. If you look at the handout, you'll see using tables to find future value. Equation for finding future values of a single amount is derived as follows. How it is derived is not so much important to us. The most important thing is this. Yeah, this is how we get the future value of a lump sum. Future value of a lump sum is equals to principal into brackets present value times 1 plus R power n. This factor here, this factor 1 plus R power n